Hello everybody, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Rob, and today I'm here to play Imperium Classics, a deck building game on steroids. I don't know. It's a deck building game, but a little more on the complex side. We'll go into what the game's all about, and we're going to do a full playthrough today. We're going to explain how the game works, I guess, in the solo mode only. It is a multiplayer game with a solo mode, and we're going to play it solo. I'm assuming that's the most popular way to play the game based on what I've been researching online about it. It's a pretty popular game among the solo community. I don't know multiplayer though as much. I haven't played it yet multiplayer, but it seems like it could have some like pretty rough downtime. So it's probably not that popular at higher player counts is what my assumption is. And since it has a very high learning curve and some asymmetry, and some take that, it might not resonate at many multiplayer tables, I assume. But I still want to try multiplayer at some point. But that's what we're doing today. Hello, everybody in the live chat. Hello, welcome, welcome. We do have a poll going in the live chat. Even if you know nothing about the game, go in the live chat, vote on the poll. Sajat gave us recommendations to play against the Persians or the Carthaginians. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm so sorry. But we'll play against one of those AI bots. So go ahead and vote on the poll, and you can help decide which one that we played today. I basically just sleeved up both. I was trying to figure out which one to sleeve up, but I left the poll going. So it's pretty tight, actually, still. So you guys can vote. And Erica got her silver die today. Erica, welcome. Awesome. Thank you for the support, Erica. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All right. Are we good? Are we good? Are we live? Everything working? Is it all working, everybody? So Jerry in the chat says, was thinking of buying this, but it looks difficult to play. We'll talk about that. Stick around to the end of the stream. I'll give my thoughts fully on it. We'll talk a bit about it, my initial impressions of the game and everything at the start. But please understand, this game has been out since mid last year, I think, 2021. So at this point, it's been out for probably like 8 months or so, maybe almost a year. I don't know. But I recently, so full disclosure, I recently purchased it from our local game store, threw it on an order, just the Imperium Classics. There are 2 versions, which I'll show you. We'll talk a little bit about. I only bought this one because I want to try it because it is a pretty steep learning curve, pretty complex, and really deep. And there's a lot to play, a lot to learn. You can get tons of hours out of this game if you're willing to put those hours in. I can feel it already, but keep in mind, I've only played 3 games up to this point. So today is my 4th game. I've only played with a couple factions. One I played with the Persians learning. I don't count that because I definitely had some rules wrong. Then I went back to the rule book, looked up some errata and everything, tried to figure out how to play properly. And I played twice after that as the Romans. They're one of the more straightforward factions, just trying to learn the game. But I'm not done with the Romans. I still feel like there's many strategies there for the single faction. For each faction, there's many strategies. There's a lot of plays, not to mention all the different factions in the game. There's 8 of them in one box. You can mix and match the solo, the solo AI bots and then crank up the difficulties and stuff. So lots of hours of play, but it's definitely a game you will not play correctly your first time, maybe not even your second or third time. You shouldn't win, I don't think, your first couple times playing solo against the AI on standard, but there are easier modes to learn. But this is kind of a game you got to put in the hours to get the hours out of it, like to get the goodies, to get the value, to get the richness, what everyone's loving it for. You got to put in the time. This is not a game that you just grab, you throw it out on the table, you play it quick and dirty, it's simple deck builder, and then you put it away and you're like, that was fun. No. This is a game, you grab a faction, you figure out how to play them, and you play them multiple times, trying to understand them, also learn the rules, and learning how to outsmart your opponent faction, depending on who they are, and then based on the faction you're playing, your strategy might change up, and all that kind of stuff. So, and the games aren't short. We're going to be here a while today. Even in solo, this game is not a short game, just FYI. So again, I find it so weird that it's very popular among the solo community, because usually the games I like solo are pretty big, epic, table hog, long games, and this is kind of one of those. But yeah, people still love it. So Usually the more faster, easier setup games are the more popular ones, usually. But then again, Mage Knight and Spirit Island are like kind of top dog in the solo game, and those are like big, epic, deep, long games. So I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, you know what I mean. Necrocomicon says, creeping me out, Rob. Bought this and G.I. Joe in March. How am I creeping you out if that's when things come to retail, they come to retail? Like, how is that weird that we bought those at the same time, as they're both like newish releases or restocks at your local game store around the same time? So anyways, it'd be weird if like one was out of print and I just randomly grabbed like an old game, but both are fairly new. So I don't think it's that weird, Necrocomicon. I don't think it's that weird. It just means you like deck builders and you were looking for something newish at your store, and there's only a handful that fit that category. So yeah, so I don't think that's a big surprise. But great minds, great minds. Dan Roberts says, creeping me out, Rob. Your face is on my computer screen. Well, so if you press the F4 key, Dan, that will fix that. That will fix that. Yeah, just press F4 on your keyboard. Should all be good. Or maybe it's Alt F4, I should be saying. Alt F4? Wow. Alt F4, maybe? One of those two. It's been a while. I can't remember. Oh, man. Yogi's telling Mel's mic isn't plugged in. Thank you, Yogi. Thank you. Did I forget to put solo in the name of the stream and on the thumbnail? No, I didn't. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, I'm going to close the poll. Thank you, everyone that voted, and we'll figure out who we're playing against today. So yeah, so again, I'm playing through this today. I'm not a pro by any means. Again, I'm in that journey of kind of like unraveling the game, learning the strategy, just figuring out my faction. I think I have the solo flow of the rules down, but it has its own separate rule book, which kind of like scared me away. So let's talk about my first impressions. When I got this game, I didn't understand why there's two of them. And then when I opened it up, I realized there's 8 factions, and I realized that there is 2 rule books. So automatically I was like, oh God, please no. So the rule books aren't that bad. The game is, there's not that much to it. The rule book, yeah, there's errata. There's like, it's not the greatest rule book by any means. But it has most of the stuff in here, gets the job done. But once you're done learning the basic rules, then you have an equally thick solo book to learn. But it's not that much. Half the book is just the AI tables controlling the AI, which is annoying that they're not included as cards, but I'll talk about that. The fact that they put these in the book is super cheap and lazy, because when you're constantly like learning the game and you're like, okay, let me look up a rule, and then you're like, oh crap, which faction was I playing against? Another cheap shortcut they did was include only 1 copy of each rule book that covers both games. So a lot of rules that are not needed to know for classics for different factions and different tables. I don't know why they just didn't put all the cards in the same box and give you 16 factions and charge, you know, whatever the cost was. Very weird, very weird. Giving me some FFG vibes of like buying an incomplete game, but then the rule book includes all the rules for both sets. So it's like, why don't they have separate rule books if they're really separate games? But if they're not separate games, it's like kind of like a standalone expansion, but they're released at the same time. So like all that rubs me the wrong way. Something there just doesn't feel right. I've never really bought anything from Osprey Games, but first impression's not great with how they release this game. Not to mention the errata issues and stuff like that. But having the 2 rule books, you guys know me. I like when solo is kind of similar to the regular rules, and there's not a completely new ass-backwards way to play the game. I like when it's just like a simple deck, or the rules are just the same. You play true solo, and you don't have to worry about like an AI or whatever, like that kind of thing. But this game does have an AI bot, and it has its own rules for it. But yeah, that's my impression on that. I was like, weird, why? I don't know. I'm not going to buy the second one. I don't want to support that, really. Another thing is, it has this sick insert. Cards are beautiful. But the problem is the card stock is trash. It started chipping on cards and they started wearing out just by me pulling them out of the box and looking at them. I noticed there's a lot of nicks, and the art was peeling off on some of them. And I was noticing like the white, you know, the white paper underneath. And since they're all like art backed, you'll eventually start marking up the cards pretty quick. But the insert's so cool, right? It's so cool. So you get your factions in here, you can put them in. You got Greeks, Macedonians, whatever, and everything has a place. The only problem is when they give you cards that wear down and need sleeves, like add sleeves to the cost of this game. 1000%. There is tons of shuffling. The card stock is not built for that shuffling. The problem is where they made a big FU to the consumer was they include this cool labeled insert, like the base, you know, they put this all in, make it look pretty when you unbox it. And it's like they only thought about, you know, YouTubers unboxing the game or something. And we're like, oh, well, let's make it look pretty, like sick on your first impression. But they missed the mark because the game requires sleeves. Guaranteed you they play tested this thing with sleeves. But the sleeves do not fit in the insert. So like we're in 2021 when this game came out, and they included an insert for a deck building game that requires tons of shuffling that needs sleeves, but sleeves don't work in the insert. Anyways, again, first impressions of Osprey Games or Osprey Publishing or whoever makes this stuff. The game itself is awesome, but like, man, 2021 release here, and there's like, I don't know, some things in this industry just blow my mind. And I'm sure it's costs, you know, savings and all that kind of stuff. Just dumb decisions. But yeah, other than that, the game's really cool. But we'll talk more about that at the end. But yeah, just first impressions, I was like, oh, okay, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what they're trying to do. But yeah. So to fix some of the solutions, there's obviously people out there posting their stuff on BGG about how to make inserts for the games, how to combine both games in one box. But somebody online made tables, little printable sheets. So I printed them and laminated them. So again, an additional cost I had to add to the game to correct some very poor decisions, very poor design and production decisions. So keep this in mind. If you're buying this game, like you want to print these files in color, you want to either do it on cardstock or laminate them. Because if you're going to play this game solo, you will not be wanting to flip back and forth in the book, especially when you're learning. Not a great new player learning experience for sure, with a game that already has a steep learning curve. So I recommend go to the BGG, BoardGameGeek.com, go to Imperium Classics or Imperium Legends. In the file section, you can find these and print them out. I have them for the game here, and having them dual-sided is awesome because when you're playing kind of halfway through the game, the faction will switch from Barbarian to Empire. Okay, so it's nice to have this and not have to flip in the book and have a book open on the table. The game's already a table hog, so having to have the book open and kind of refer to a book the whole time is super lame. Like, it just feels cheap. It's just like a definite cheap decision. Not sure why, but yeah, obviously money was behind that decision. But yeah, for example, like you're playing the Romans, you know, like you can fold the book and all, but like you gotta have this book like nearby, and it's just weird. And it's like small print too, so. But yeah, there's a PDF of this too. So you can either use the PDF of the corrected stuff, but these tables have been like updated and errated and they're missing information on them and stuff. So there's newer files online that you can go use on your phone or tablet or computer screen to help you out. So if you're going to get into this game, I recommend get the files and use the latest AI cards. Just a little tip for you there. A little tip for you there. Yeah, these aren't laminated cheat sheets. These are like a requirement to play the game. So I have a laminated cheat sheet that I printed off. Thank you again, whoever's making these on BGG. Anyone that takes the time to do this, especially when they're nice, graphically, you know, done, using icons from the game and stuff. So I'm using this one off to the side just to help keep the flow. So while I'm chatting with you guys, I can always look back and kind of remember, hopefully don't miss a step. But this definitely helped me with the game. So when it's the bot's turn, we have this little AI thing here. I printed this out and laminated it. But again, you got to add this stuff to the cost of the game, because the crazy part, again, poor decisions. The reference sheets on the back. I love when companies use the back of the rule book instead of just for credits or art or whatever. They actually put some reference on there, especially when you're learning the game, you have the rule book nearby. You have some reference, right? The only problem is the back of the reference for the solo rulebook is exactly the same as this reference. I don't know why they didn't use this for a solo AI bot reference. You know, maybe put some of this kind of stuff on there. But huge missed opportunity. I don't know who playtests this game, but like, it's probably only their friends and family. or they didn't playtest the rule book or the reference materials or whatever. But like, man, it's 2021, 2022. You need to have people, like new players, test your rule books and your reference materials, and when they ask questions, fix them. Like, I don't know who's letting this stuff go by, but I'm just grumpy with this kind of stuff. It's just weird. Like, it's okay with a game that's like a 1.5 complexity, but this is like a 3.5 complexity, and it's like, I don't know. Anyways, all that out of the way, let's talk about the game a little more. So yeah, so just want to give that tip out there. Hopefully that helps somebody. All right. So Imperium Classics, again, it is, I believe, the more straightforward version compared to Imperium Legends. But again, they're released at the same time. They're both the same size box. One has 8 different factions than the other. But again, the rule books are the same. They have different common cards in them, I believe. There's ways to mix the sets, and you can play factions from one set against the other. Basically, think of them as standalone expansions for each other, is my understanding. But you can just get one box or the other and play it as a fully complete game and have tons of hours from that game. But it seems like more people have bought Classics and played Classics, I think, because this is rated like 932. Oh, this one's a higher complexity too. A higher complexity on this one because the factions actually have more rules. They are a little more complex and not straightforward. So I think you need to start with Classics, is my understanding. That's just the first one I bought. I didn't even know, like, at the time. I just grabbed that one first. But yeah. And at this point, I don't think I would buy Legends, to be honest. But I think I have enough game here in one box that I may never get through it all. So I don't need more of the same game. But yeah, so this one's reached 551 so far overall. But as you see here, this one's like a 3.1 or 3.51 complexity. And this is like solo. Like, if you know what you're doing, yeah, maybe it's 60 minutes, but I feel like this is more of like a 2-hour-ish game from what I've been reading online. I'm not the only one that thinks that. At solo, like including setup, going through the flow. We're gonna take a long time here today. This is not a short game. And I read there's people who just play like half a game, or people who don't even get to scoring. They just play until they're done and just kind of clean it up, because scoring takes quite a bit too. It's one of those games. So again, but for example, a deck builder like Star Realms is 1.94 complexity. So that might help some of you out. Star Realms, really popular deck building game. But don't just think because it's just deck building, it's going to be like straightforward. This one's pretty complex, like I said. So 1.94 on something like Star Realms, that might help you with reference. What's this one? Marvel Legendary is like a 2.44. Okay, for complexity. So you're getting like, you know, there's a little more advanced than that. And then something like Dune Imperium is under 3. So again, so if you, depending on one of those 3 games, hopefully you've played or know of, and you can kind of understand that like, this is like the next step up from like a Dune Imperium for deck builders, okay? So that's what we're talking about today. And again, I've not mastered it. I'm still in the discovery phase, but it should be fun. All right, let's close those up. And again, even more complex if you go with Legends, but So Dan says spot on with all the complaints. So the good thing is that the game is worth it. That I don't know. I wouldn't go that far, Dan. Again, that's why I had a lot of caveats at the beginning. If you don't like solo games that take up a lot of table space, take up a lot of time, have a steep learning curve, have a lot of, you know, errata lookups. Like, here's another thing, red flag, right? If I go to the forum section on the page, look at how many rules inquiries there are versus like general discussion. Like, when there's more posts about the game about rules lookups than there are about just general talk and hype and, you know, general questions about the game. I mean, there are a lot of games like that just goes with the, like, either A, the game is complex, it's not straightforward, it's, you know, maybe the rule set's a little convoluted, or the rule book's bad, or there's a lot of errata and FAQ, or it wasn't play tested enough. These are the reasons why you'll see a rules forum like blow up like that. And again, the game is not like in the top 100 or anything. It's already got like 463 rules inquiries, and the game only came out like mid last year. So that's like a lot. But again, there's lots of combinations, lots of asymmetry. Every faction plays differently, and then you get like weird interaction, weird combos. And then when the bot AI rules on top of that can also bring up a lot of interesting interactions where you're like, wait, how does that work now? If it works this way in multiplayer, how does the AI treat it and stuff like that? The cool part is the designers are on here answering rules. So I got to give them that. Is every question I had that I searched, one of the designers was in there answering the rules right away, which was really cool. So you probably can find your question you have already, and you'll find answers for it, like official answers, not just like people fighting thinking this way it works, this way it works, some regular Joes. It's pretty cool. So I give them that. I do appreciate that. That shows a lot of class when the designer's in there spending time and answering rules questions. It's just a lot of those could have been fixed if they just, you know, took a little time to make sure the file that went to the printers was the most accurate play-tested one, but for the rulebook. But anyways. But yeah. But with that all out of the way, so just keep in mind, that's what I'm trying to say. So, you know, don't just assume Rob's playing this game. It's like great for me, you know, it's for you and it's the perfect game, you should go buy it or anything like that. I like to be open and honest about the negatives, the things I had with it, and you can kind of relate those to my other experiences and the way I talk about other games to kind of understand if it's for you. But just keep in mind, and I read online too, I've seen lots of impressions about this game because I did research it before I got into it. And it, you know, being a more complex deck builder, you know, you might want to start with something a little lighter if you're not really played deck building games. And if you're looking for a solo game, make sure you're understanding this one. You got to dedicate a couple hours every play until you really get it down. Because it's like kind of a slow grind, but it's really thinky, really rewarding. And it could be one of your most favorite games, but just getting through the learning, the setup, the playthrough a few times, making tons of mistakes. That's all there. So if that stuff like doesn't work for you, like you know if it does or not, right? You guys can make that decision. But it is a really cool game so far. I'm telling you, get all that out of the way. It's a really cool game, but I love deck builders. So, and engine builders, they have a special place in my heart. They're like one of my favorite type of games. So keep that in mind, when I'm like excited and we're playing it and I'm having a blast. But if you don't like those type of games, you run. You gotta run. But yeah, it's a really cool game. Dance's correction. Worth it for me. I've played this for 20 plus hours so far. Yeah, I'm only around like the 10-hour point, I think. Of playing, yeah, no, if I've only played like 3 games, I've played like 6-ish hours. That first playthrough was like slow. I was like looking up stuff. I was constantly on BG, had the laptop going, was looking up things. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And I found it was an errata file. And then the AI tables I was playing from are incorrect. And I was like, I was about to just toss it, like never played on the channel at that point. But like I said, if you can get through all that stuff, the game starts to give back and start to be very rewarding. And I'm still in that phase. So today I'm playing one of the same factions I played before, but we're going to play against another faction. Which I ended the poll and I didn't even see. Who was it? I think it was the Persians, right? Nope. Carthaginians? Oh man, I don't know how to say that, but Carthaginians, I think. That's who we're playing against today. So I sleeved up the Persians for nothing. Now I have to de-sleeve them and put them back in the box. So stupid. So stupid. Okay. So yeah, we don't need those AI cards. We don't need these guys. Okay, so we're playing against the, thank you everyone that voted, by the way. We're going to play on, oh, I guess they don't really have a blank side. All this stuff is blank as when you're playing against the AI. So I'm just going to put it on the B side, but none of this matters. It's just a place to stuff cards under. So we'll go with that. Then what we have to do, I'm going to look for any cards with arrows on them. I've never played against this faction again. I just literally sleeved them up while the stream was, you know, starting soon there. So how this game works, there's like 2 phases to it. We're going to set up all the market and stuff in a minute. I just want to get the bot on the table. But there's like kind of 2 phases of the game. There's basically a phase where your faction is like, and again, every faction is different. There's a whole bunch of factions in the game, I'm sure, that don't play like this and break this rule and all this kind of stuff. But so far, generally, it seems like, based on the rules, is every faction will start out as kind of like barbarian for like the first half-ish of the game, or the first like 75% of the game. And then depending on how your engine's going, how fast you're going, how things are working out for you, you'll eventually flip to empire mode. unless the game ended before that. I mean, it can end, like you can rush the game, which is neat depending on which factions are in the game and stuff like that. But you eventually switch to Empire mode, and when you're in Barbarian mode, you can play cards that have this Barbarian thing on the card, but you can't play cards that are Empire until you get in Empire mode. And when you get into Empire mode, you're then able to develop and add these other cards to your deck from this whole separate side deck, which is really weird and really neat. And it like took me a couple of games to like wrap my head around what the heck was going on. And so I'm still there, but hopefully the playthrough today, and those who know the game, like Dan, play along, give suggestions, tips, anything like that. Because again, I'm learning and like I want to show off this game, and that's all I'm here to really do. But we'll have fun discussing strategy and everything out loud as we do it, and we'll take our sweet time discussing choices and all that kind of stuff, having fun, interacting, and playing along with the chat. So if you know the game, get involved, you know, and we'll talk about that. But we'll set it all up. So the AI faction has, and my faction is the same. So every faction has a set of cards that, you know, have their color on it, and they have no symbol there. So that's like their deck, right? I'll just shuffle that up. Okay, this is their deck. Okay, then we also have to set up for them. They have a whole bunch of these cards with a moon on them, little crescent moon or whatever. These are like their, what are these called? They're like the first cards. As you cycle through your deck in this game, you have this side deck of these cards with the moon on them that you'll randomly add one to your deck every time you cycle through it. You'll throw it in your discard, shuffle, and then draw. So these cards are like specific to your faction. They're part of the asymmetry, and every faction has like a different amount of these too. I think only have like 4 of them in my faction as the Romans. But it looks like the Persians have, or sorry, the Carthaginians have 5. So we'll shuffle these up, and these will be like the first cards as they cycle through that'll get added to their deck. Okay. Then you have this card that's kind of like in the middle. I forget what this card's called too. I don't remember all the terminology, but this one with the circle is kind of like the card that once this enters their deck, and once mine enters my deck, it's when you flip and become the Empire. So once you've built the, or have the city of Carthage is in your discard / deck cycling through, you're now in Empire mode, and you're playing a little differently, is how I understand it. So this card, I'll put it here for a sec. And then you have all these cards with the star on them. And if we'll notice, these all have the Empire symbol on them or whatever, because these cards are like cards you want in your deck in the second half of the game. And the cool part is, normally you get to decide which cards you want, and they have the development cost, and you add them in. So as your strategy goes and your playstyle goes, you might want to grab different cards. And all of these cards seem to have some kind of victory point on them. So this is one of those games where it's like, you're just trying to build a nice engine, beat your opponent, and have the most victory points. I know, snooze fest, boring, and all that. But yeah, that's basically what you're doing. You're trying to be more efficient than your opponent. You can attack your opponent sometimes, and you're just trying to have more victory points than them. You're all buying from the same market, so it has that classic deck building, like, you know, hate drafting kind of thing going on. Or you can ignore that if you want and just play multiplayer solitaire. But some factions are more aggressive than others, which is really neat. And you're also trying to build like a tableau of cards and have an engine going. You'll see more of that as we play through. It'll make more sense, but that's just high level. So these cards, we're going to just sort for the AI. We're going to sort them by victory points. And how the AI works is, normally if I were to score this card, I would get like 1 victory point per 5 material tokens I have. But these ones with the asterisk, to keep things simple, the AI just scores 5 victory points for this. Okay, so anything with an asterisk, 5 victory points for them. Anything with a question mark usually has a value, and they get the highest value. And then some of them just have victory points on them that are just like, you know, they just tell you 1 victory point, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So we're going to put this in order of highest victory points to lowest. And we put this on the bottom. So it's kind of like the AI wants to develop their highest victory point cards first, is my understanding. We'll then put, they don't touch these until they've become an Empire. So I'll put this one on top, is the card they'll grab next. And then all these ones I just shuffled on top, they just go on top. So this is kind of the deck that you'll work through, and the same for me, basically. except for the bot doesn't make any decisions on the development cards. But you put this in order, and these are the cards as the bot goes through their deck. Every time they go cycle through the deck once, they'll get one of these cards and slowly work their way to becoming an empire and then making a ton of victory points with these cards and stuff. So there's kind of a race to it. If they're getting all those cards in play, once their deck's empty, that kind of, I think that's end of the game for the AI. I've never seen it happen, but once your deck is empty, same thing. End of the game begins. So it's like the last round for everybody. But I did my deck kind of the same way. So for me, again, you get to decide, I believe, on these deployment cards. So when I actually, or development cards, when I eventually get to Empire and I'm looking at my Roman cards, I can choose which one I want to do. And also it might be based on development cost. It might be based on victory points. But we'll deal with that when we get to the second half. These don't matter. I'll just put these here. Same way I'll do it, same as the AI, just find it saves table space. But normally they want you to like leave these sitting up here. But like you don't even need them for the first half of the game or more or at all. So you can just ignore them, but I just put them face down, same way as the AI. And then, because we'll flip it up and worry about them later. So I have Julius Caesar is my Roman card that tells me I've now become an empire. So once this card enters my deck / discard, I then flip my card here from barbarian to empire. Okay, so I'll put that on top. And again, these cards though, oh, I do have 5 crescent moons. Never mind, I thought I had less. But yeah, I'll just shuffle these up and these will be random unless you get like an ability that lets you peek at them and stuff. But I'll just shuffle these up again, get them in different order, change up, you know, your strategy sometimes in the game, which is really neat. And I'll just put that on top. And that's my little deck to develop from, basically to improve my deck, get more specified asymmetric faction specific abilities entering my deck / discard, and theirs is over here. Okay, I mean, maybe I can just put mine like on a similar side here, just keep it away so I don't accidentally draw from it or anything. But yeah, or maybe I could put it over here so I have some room. I'm gonna play my cards all like in here somewhere. Again, every time I play this, my table gets more full or less full, so I don't know how much space I'll need. But I'm trying to keep all the market and the bot AI on this black playmat to kind of like keep it visually separated. But when you're playing multiplayer, you don't have these 1 through 5 counters, but they're to help us put down the bot's hand, and the bot will work its way through the cards in order, and it will mess with cards in the market based on the numbers. Similar, we've seen this in other bot-driven deck building games where they'll just, based on a die roll or something, they'll affect certain cards in the market. Same kind of idea. All right, so let's go through setup of the main deck. I guess we can use the solo. I just don't want to miss anything. So again, we have our faction card. I don't know what side to play on. I've always just done the B side, which they say is B is for beginner, A is for advanced kind of thing. Basically the A for advanced, and it's different strategies each side, which is kind of cool. So on the advanced side here for the Romans, I have the special passive ability, and my victory points on my faction card have a different requirement. I get 1 victory point per every 4 population tokens I have. And then I have this passive ability. But if you play on the beginner side, there is no ability, and I get 1 victory point for every 2 population. So if I'm playing on this side, I definitely want to get as many population tokens as possible. It seems like that's the way to get victory points. But on this side, which I've not played yet, which I think I want to play today, just to try something different, I don't know. But this says passive. Whenever you look at any number of cards from the, what's this one called? The victory deck. Again, none of this means anything to me. The fame deck, the fame deck is like a deck full of, in any deck builder, you have those cards that are like basically victory point beefy cards that you don't want to take till later in the game, because they only really kind of give you victory points. That's kind of like the fame deck, but there are cards in there that you can get based on your luck that can help you like get some cool things going early in the game if you can grab them. But this says I get to look at, whenever I look at any number of cards from the fame deck, normally you look at only the top 2, choose 1 to get. I get to look at the top 3, then gain a victory point token or a progress token. So these are traded in for victory points at the end of the game. I can help them with resources during the game and stuff. So I'm gonna try this side, I think. So then maybe I don't worry about population as much, because I'll only get 1 victory point for every 4. So maybe I work on trying to get victory points from that. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm still learning and figuring things out. So that's just how we'll roll. Yeah, Edward, I normally turn the deck sideways too. I'd normally just keep it like here. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. I'll just keep it sideways. Yeah. Let's do that. This one I definitely don't want to mess with. I'll just keep this one like way out of the way. I don't want to grab from it. I don't want to knock it over. I just don't want to touch that deck. Hopefully we don't touch it that often in the game. The less, the better. But we'll see. Thank you though. Yeah. Good call. So Brian's cheering, go Carthage, beat Rome, or Persia, or Greece, or whoever. Okay. Okay. Oh, Ben's a little late and didn't hear my ramble. I'll talk more, Ben, about my impressions on the game after we play it. They're still developing. But yeah, you guys can make educated decision if it's a solo game for you. But I talked about some reasons why it might not be a solo game for you. I'll talk more about it at the end if we have time. I do have a second stream today. Later tonight, we're playing Marvel Champions, so I don't have unlimited time, but we have a few hours for sure. But again, it's a long, beefy game, and we're going to explain things as we go. Okay. So we got our faction card. We have, I already made our little deck. We talked about all that. Don't care. We have our state card. So this state card I have here, this has our exhaustion tokens. So this game has tokens to kind of keep you limited to the amount of exhaust abilities you can do on cards or the amount of actions you take on a turn. So action tokens are these very catchy, flashy, super fancy tokens with the, you know, the dot in the middle. And then these super creative, fancy X tokens are the ones that tell you if you exhausted a card. So you don't do it twice in a turn or don't exhaust more than 5 things by default on a turn. So you are limited. You have to make lots of choices, especially as your tableau gets bigger later in the game. You have to make some tough choices on where you're going to spend your action points, where you're going to exhaust cards and that kind of stuff. Depending on the faction you're playing, I'm assuming is different. I added those, shuffle all remaining cards, draw my 5 cards. Okay. So I have my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards to start. I don't know if that's common. But we have different cards that'll come up during play. Some of them are like attack cards. These cards can only be played while I'm in the barbarian state. These cards mean they kind of stick in play and they're part of your tableau. But they can leave play by being attacked or abandoned or returned or whatever. And then some of them have come into play effects. There's different card types, which we'll see when we set up the market. They have different symbols on them. Unrest cards are like the standard deck building 101 craptastic cards you don't want in your deck. They do nothing. They annoy you. They're expensive sometimes to get rid of by using the ability on them because they cost an action, plus you have to pay resources. But usually there's cards in the market or cards in your faction you can get into play that can help you deal with unrest. Because at the end of the game, each unrest card still in your possession loses you 2 victory points. But you're going to take them during the game. You just have to, like, there's something you need to manage, which is neat. But again, deck building 101. Like, it wouldn't be a deck builder if you didn't have useless, crappy cards that are in your deck. And then we have some cards like this one again. These go in play. This is a city type card. They have these little like trait icons. Lots of iconography on them. Lots of keywords in this game. So that's something that, again, that's part of the learning curve, the steep learning curve, the complexity to it is it's just like, you know, like an LCG type game where they just use a lot of keywords. So there's literally like 4 full pages of keywords in the game. So on cards, you'll find, you know, what's an attack mean? Well, here's an attack. If it says acquire a card, here's all the rules for acquiring. If it says abandon, if it says you're breaking through for a card, I'll explain all this stuff as we go. But just so you know, like tons of keywords on the card. There's not a lot of text on the cards, but if they put all the rules on the cards would be like, they'd have to use tarot size cards or bigger because there's lots of rules. Like when it says exile on a card, this is all the rules for exiling, you know, like, so the game's pretty complex, but it's simplified on the cards with just symbols and one-word keywords, you know? But it all kind of makes sense. It all makes sense, I think. It just takes a couple plays and rereading the rule book again to kind of like click on what they're talking about. All right, then there's common setup for solo. So we're going to set up the whole market and everything, which is, so we have this market board. So this game comes with this cardboard little market here. Okay. You lay these out to kind of help keep the board cleaned up and know where everything is. But I guess you wouldn't really need it. It just keeps everything organized. So we have these tributary cards, I think is what they're called. So these are cards. These are basically the other nations that I think are in the other game. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Oh yeah, I think some of them are. I don't know. But anyways, these are some nations you can conquer and add to your deck and, you know, they're here in a pile. We also have, these are, hold on, see, I don't remember all the terms for the game, but these are civilized cards. So we have civilized cards, which again, I think they're all Empire cards. So we don't really care about these early in the game, but you can buy them. You can add them to your deck. It's just they're kind of like dead cards, but you can like discard cards for cost. You can discard cards at the end of your turn. They're just kind of like dead cards in your deck. You can also garrison them, which is kind of like putting them under a card in your tableau. And if you have a way to like abandon them to your discard pile or return them to hand or something, you can get the cards back that you kind of stored out of your deck. It's really clever. Like the depth and the kind of little tricks you learn in the game as you go is pretty neat. Or you can just ignore these until later in the game and start buying them when you're about to flip to Empire. This again is some of the decision in the game of like when to buy a certain type of card is like, that's part of the strategy too, right? So these are civilized cards. Again, some of them, I think they probably all are victory points because they're all like late game cards. Yeah, they're all victory point heavy cards. So again, you might want to grab one early to know what you're building your victory points towards. Like it might need a certain type of card you should be focusing on or whatever. But we'll read about each faction, what they're trying to do. So we're going to shuffle these up. And there's going to be 6 in the uncivilized deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And these are kind of here. So if you notice, there's like all 4 symbols here. So we have like uncivilized regions, I believe, like tributary, regions, and then we have civilized, but they're all separated here. And this is kind of so early in the game, everyone has access to those types of cards, but the rest of them that didn't get put in the 6 are going to be shuffled in with these. Let me just make sure I have them all facing the right way. They're going to be put in that deck. So once these are all gone, like you have to like dig through this deck or hope to see certain card types you want. So it's kind of cool how the players kind of fight over what is here. But eventually you'll kind of run out of being able to find those cards sometimes, which is really cool. And then some of these cards are dual type here. And it is uncivilized, right? Where is it? Yeah, uncivilized. Yeah, this one's like dual, but it starts in the uncivilized deck, which is neat. Okay, Spartacus says, yeah, not all of the tributary cards or factions in the Legendary Box. Some of them are, though. Okay, cool. Yeah, I saw a couple and I was like, I think those are ones I saw in the rulebook from the other box. And I assume in the other box they have some from this box, I would assume. But that's kind of neat. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Again, there'll be more cards, I think, in the pile if you're playing at higher player counts. And the rest of them are going to be shuffled in the main deck, I guess. Okay, we'll shuffle that all up in a minute. And then we need our regions. I just had this here for glare. These are my cards, right? I'll shuffle that in a minute too. Okay, we have our regions here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And the rest will be shuffled in here. And then we have our Fame deck. So this, again, is kind of like the deck has this King of Kings card on the bottom. And as you see, this is kind of basically a way to trigger the game's end, another way to do it. So as you're racing through this deck of cards with like massive point potential, these Fame cards are, look, this one can't be played, cannot be garrisoned. So you have to have some trick to put this in your history or something. Because if you got this one too early in the game, you're just holding an 11 victory point card, but it's doing nothing for you as it comes through your deck. But some of them, like this one, is like a free play card, so you can keep playing it. It's worth 6 victory points. And when you're in Barbarian state, you're drawing up to 4 cards. If you're an Empire, you can develop at no cost. But then you have to put this in your history, which is good because it's like you get a cool ability out of it, and then you put it away in your history. I assume this goes in your history no matter which way you do the ability. I think it's like a one-time thing, right? Free play, so it doesn't cost an action. And if you're in Barbarian state, you draw up to 4 cards. If you're in Empire state, develop at no cost. And then it says put it into history, which I'm assuming is like not part of the Empire ability, but just part of the whole card, I think. But again, we'll deal with that if it comes up. But Yeah, a lot of them go in your history. This one's like question mark VP points, victory points, sorry. 7 victory points if it's in your history, only 3 otherwise. So this one, again, has an ability you can break through trying to get a card type. But if you don't get it in your history in time, at the end of the game, you kind of miss out. So there's this whole like timing aspect, which is really neat in the game. Yeah, so Glorious is a one-hit wonder. Oh, okay. So yeah, these fame cards, we'll shuffle them up. And we're going to remove 2, whoops. We're going to remove 2 from the game. And again, once that deck's empty, if we go to reach for a card again and there's no cards there and this King of Kings is there, that will fire off the end of the game. We'll do one last turn and then we total up our points. That also happens if the main deck is empty. I believe that happens if one of your factions is out of cards, I think. I have them all here. So if a collapse happens, if all these unrest cards are empty, the game instantly stops, and in solo, I lose. But in a multiplayer game, whoever has the least unrest cards in their deck, hand, discard, whatever, they are the winner, I guess. So we want to make sure unrest cards don't get empty or the game ends, we lose, okay? And then scoring is triggered if there's no more cards in the bot's Dynasty deck, no more cards in the main deck. I develop my last card, so my little deck is empty. There's other ways other factions can end the game. If the King of Kings card is flipped, again, if the deck is empty, we go to grab another fame card. And that's it. All the rest are faction stuff. But that's how the game end will be triggered. So if we want to end the game quicker, we'll focus on one of those things. Maybe the other faction's going to focus on one of those things. I don't know. But we'll read about those. And these are our fame cards. So our fame cards, we're going to discard 2 of them from the game. So again, there's, you know, you might have a certain fame card you're digging for, you need, you hope, you want as part of your strategy, but it might not even make it into the game. So we'll remove 2 of these. I'll just throw them out here. And these we'll put on top like so. Okay. And then we'll have our discard pile, our exile pile or whatever, where all the market cards go over here. I'll shuffle up this main deck. So this deck, again, has all the card types in it. Has all the card types. So there's only 6 of each here. But once those are empty, you start drawing off the main deck to fill the market row, which we'll set up right now. Okay. Give this a good shuffle. And if there's not a card type in play, you can go into the top of the deck to try to grab something if you don't like what's in play. But if a card type's not in play and the deck is empty, you'll go into the main deck and you kind of like draw through it until you find the card you're looking for. Then you shuffle all the other cards back in. But sometimes it'll run out of cards. Like we might get all the uncivilized cards might be done. They're in players' decks. They're out of the game. And if you go to dig through the main deck and there's no card type you're looking for, you just get 2 victory points. So it's kind of neat. Hey, Kenji. Okay, so our main deck all shuffled up. I don't know, put it like this, I guess. Okay, so let's draw some cards out. So we have our first card is an uncivilized city. Well, it's, sorry, an uncivilized civilized city. I get fooled. I look at the green bar up here and I'm like, wait a second. So this has a solstice ability. Solstice is what happens after every player has gone in the game. There's a little solstice phase where if you have cards in play with the solstice keyword, they all fire off. Some of them are forced effects. Some of them are optional effects. But if you had the city in play, every time a round went by, you may discard a card to choose to gain 1 population, 1 materials, or draw a card. So again, this game has different resources. And another thing is an unrest card will go attached to every type of card except for regions. So if I were to acquire this card, the cheaper way of obtaining cards from the market in this game, nothing simple in this game. It's not like just build up gold and buy cards from the market on your turn based on the cards you play. This is like you have effects that allow you to either acquire a card, which you take the card, and if it has an unrest attached to it, that goes into your hand or whatever. Hand, I guess, is acquire, right? So this will be sitting underneath it. Okay. The next card is a tributary. Again, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but this one, there's a tributary card. You could just play it to gain 4 materials. Okay. And at the end of the game, it's 1 victory point per every tributary card you have. So you kind of want, if you're going for that strategy, you want this card to help you get more VPs. Okay. But if you break through for a card, so if your breakthrough usually costs more to break through just means take the card, but you don't get the unrest with it. But you got to pay for that. So it's like up to you. If you don't have the resources, you really need a card, you don't want your opponent to get that card, acquire it. If you have a way to deal with unrest, get it back in there, you're fine. But if your unrest deck is low, you don't want to be just acquiring all over the place because you're going to be needing unrest cards and they're going to constantly be emptying. And if it ends, the deck's empty again, we lose. So you got to be careful. Sometimes you want a card and you just have no way of getting it safely. So you got to make decisions. It's neat. All right. So the next one is our civilized card is exports. All players gain 2. When you play this, it's actually an attack card. So all players gain 2 materials, then give each other player a card from your hand or discard pile. So you can like, I assume you give out like unrest cards this way, or some card you can't even play anymore. Maybe give them a barbarian card or something. So that's kind of neat. And it's 1 victory point for every 10 cards you have. So if you're a hoarder and are buying cards like crazy, this card's for you, which is neat. And I haven't read all the cards. I haven't bought all the cards. I haven't seen all the cards. I haven't played all the cards, I'm sure, that are just in this basic box. I'm still learning what cards I need to grab for my faction. I still don't know. And will they show up? There's one card I really liked in the first and second game I played. Then in the third game I played, it was literally at the bottom. It kept getting shuffled, I guess, down in the main deck. So I never could grab it. And it was such a different game because I couldn't get that card. So it was neat. So we have Shedif. I'm probably not saying that right. This is our uncivilized card. Exhaust ability on it. When you gain materials from a water drop region in play, exhaust this card to gain 1 victory point. Or 1 progress token, I guess. And then it's got 2 victory points. So if you're building places with the water drop symbol, you're getting regions like that in play. So it's kind of like a theme. They're kind of like a trait. So if you're focused on that trait, you'll get more victory points. Okay. And then our region to start with. Oh, here's some of these traits, right? You have all these different traits here. And this one lets you exile a card from the market. So it helps you cycle the market, and you may garrison a card. Again, garrisoning a card's like just taking a card and putting it underneath. And that card is like dead, not active. It's just sitting under there, but it'll count for victory points or whatever it is at the end of the game. But it's a way to kind of hide cards out of your deck and store them for later. It's neat. So yeah. And this one doesn't get an unrest. Yeah, Mike, I took out the non-solo cards. So when you're playing solo, there's a whole bunch of cards, just like any game. I mean, all deck builders have this kind of stuff. But yeah, there's cards that have a specific player count. So you see in the bottom left there, there's the little people symbol 3+. So there's cards you take out. I just took them all out and threw them back in the box, just back in their section. So they should all be out of the game. I've gone through the decks multiple times looking for them. Unless this faction, I didn't look through this faction, but I don't think the factions have cards, right? It's just the common cards that have that. Yeah, I think it's just the common cards that have that, but I didn't look through the Carthaginians or whatever. Yeah, I don't think the player cards have that, but you can let me know. If we see one, we'll just draw a new card, or if we notice it, we'll just replace it. But I think it's only in the common decks. Okay. All right. What else we need to do for setup? Anything else? Oh, yeah. This part I always forget. Place a progress token on each civilized card in the market that doesn't have an uncivilized icon. And again, tokens will pile up on these cards, making them, we've seen this in other games too, that'll make them more appealing possibly. So they're progress tokens, but like they literally should be put like this because they're really just victory points. They should have a V. All right. And I'm the starting player, and then there's the whole bot setup. And I think we did all that already. Kind of went backwards a little bit. Yeah, see, there's like specific setups if you own Legends and you have all these factions, they have like different stuff. And then we'll draw the bot's cards. Okay, so the bot's going to draw their hand. Their hand sits here. All in these spots like this. So when you're playing solo, you have these little number tokens and you have the little bot deck here. Okay, the bot hand. Okay, this is the bot's hand. We'll just leave it there for now. We roll a die at the start of the bot turn. You'll see that. Okay, so in this game on our turn, we're going to draw our 5 cards. And the resources in the game, sorry, I should have mentioned, are again these progress tokens are like victory points, but again you can spend them when you're spending population are the blue and materials are the pink. When you're spending, you can spend each progress token will get you a progress token to get you 2 materials or 1 population if you need to help you do that, which is a rule I forgot in my first like 2 times I played. I knew it, but I just kept forgetting it. I would like not buy cards or do abilities because I was like, oh, I don't have enough for that. But yeah, you can spend those during the game instead of saving them for victory points. So we got our 5 cards and we start. So first card I have here is Triumvirate. This allows me to break through for an uncivilized card. So again, I take it without the unrest card. And then I put this card into my history, which is like a 1-shot card. It's out of the game. Kind of cool, thins my deck out. You guys know I love in deck builders. Destroying cards from my deck, getting them out of play, thinning out my deck. Cards that are good in the beginning of the game, I like getting them out by the end of the game. This has all that stuff, which I love. The unrest cards, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know, Mike, is that okay? None of them have the symbol on it. Unless there was a typo on, you know, maybe I didn't get enough in my game or something. Who knows? Yeah, some factions have unrest cards. Like I have unrest cards. I don't have any right now, but they have them in their deck and their development cards and stuff. So that's our first card. We have the City of Rome, which is see-through here. We have the City of Rome. This one we put into play. Remember, it's like got a pin in it here or whatever, so it goes into play. And has a Solstice ability, which I may discard a card to choose, gain a population or materials, or draw a card. So I do want to get that into play. Remember, I only have 3 actions on a turn to start. So playing that card is an action. Playing this card to be an action. Glory, this is the card I really like to play into. I try to build my engine around this one. I think it's super fun. This card cannot be garrisoned. So it's that important. They don't want you, you know, putting it down in play. But you can abandon 3 regions, which means 3 regions that I put in my play area. I can abandon them, which puts them back in my discard pile, along with any garrison cards on them. To look at the top 2 cards of the Fame deck. Those are those big, juicy victory point cards. Take one of those cards. So again, I'm playing on this A side. So I can look at 3 of those cards. So I'm going to try to play in the Glory really heavy. I don't know if I should be against this faction. I forgot. I got to read about the factions. One sec. But that's the other card I have. Then I have Conquer. I can choose to pay 2 population to acquire a region or tributary card, or I can play 3 population to break through. Again, this card shows you very well the 2 differences, the costs. You know, do I want to take an unrest? Do I have the money to spend? It gives you 2 ways to do it. And then we have Prosperity, which is great to play for resources when I have lots of regions out. So for every region I have in play, I can gain 1 population, or I can gain 1 material for every little bag symbol on my cards in play. And it has all players may draw a card, which in multiplayer, I think the AI, or sorry, in solo, the AI ignores that, I think. I think they ignore that. Oh yeah, sorry, they discard, right? They just discard their top card. They just discard their top card, right? If the bot would, oh wait. If the bot would normally draw a card, then instead take the top card of the bot deck if able and place it into the bot discard. Does anyone know if they draw for sure when it says may? I don't know if the bot always draws, like when they have the option. I think I was doing that always, and I just realized if it's a May, I don't know. But I was making them do it, but now I'm realizing I probably was doing that wrong too. Awesome. If the bot would normally draw a card, then instead take the top card of the bot deck if able, place in the bot discard. I don't know what it means if the bot would normally draw a card. Like, what does that mean? Interesting. Interesting. Let's quickly, I need to know. So let's do, what is it? Prosperity? Prosperity against the bot. The prosperity card states that all players may draw a card. If I play this card, does the bot take the draw action? And here's Nigel, one of the designers, says, any card draw the bot gains from you. Instead, discard the top card of the bot deck. Page 9 of the solo rules. The only time you ignore this is when the bot deck is empty. You don't reshuffle until bot cleanup. Okay. Well, all right. We got there. Okay. So that is our cards. All right. I just want to read about the factions. Actually, I probably have it here. So they have this cool thing. When I was trying to decide on a faction, I think they have. Oh, it's in the regular rule book, right? So they have the nations listed here. So you can see they give them like a difficulty rating of like 1 through 5 stars. That is just, that's not difficulty in solo. That's difficulty on how straightforward they are to play. So obviously I started with the Persians, just learning the game because they're a difficulty star of 1. So they're like more straightforward. Then I tried the Romans second. That's what I'm playing right now because they're a difficulty star of 1. But there's also the Macedonians are a difficulty star of 1. But those who I sleeved up for my AI when I was learning the game. They're the only AI I've ever played against, actually. So today I'm trying new, and thanks to everyone I voted, we're playing against the Carthaginians, or Carthage. But yeah, you can see the Greeks are like a 4 out of 5 complexity, kind of. They're not straightforward. I've not played them yet. Vikings are a 3 out of 5. But they have a nice little write-up here. So if we look at our AI, as the Carthaginians, your main concern is trade and the acquisition of materials. Use your unique power alongside your caravans and trading ships to manipulate the market in your favor. Once an empire, continue your expansion with your famous elephants led by Hannibal, or dominate trade using a monopoly to export unrest and other unwanted cards to your opponents. So I don't know if the AI is going to be trying to do some of this stuff to us, but it sounds like they're going to give us crappy cards. And they're going to try to want to take a lot of resources and mess with the market. I don't know. We'll see if that's what happens, but I'm assuming their AI kind of makes them play like they should to give them that extra flavor. And then the Romans, if we can. So the Romans, as the Romans, your path to dominance will likely be through rapid expansion. Conquer region cards and use them to declare your glory and earn fame. So we got to play that glory card that I'm trying to do, right? I'm trying to play the way this is saying. And with your mighty legion, which is a specific card I think is in our development deck, your conquest can continue. So conquest is a barbarian card that you can only play while you're in the barbarian state. So once you flip to empire, you're not usually allowed to play cards with that barbarian symbol, right? But if you can get the legion into play, that will break that rule and allow you to keep playing conquests even when you're in empire. So that's what we're trying to do. Okay, that's what we're trying to do. Oh, Mike says, yeah, the deck is designed that way. Okay, so this should be fun. Okay, So on your turn, you have 3 options. You can, what is it called? Acquire, or sorry, activate. Where is it? Activate, innovate, or revolt. So activating is just doing a normal turn, spending actions, exhausting cards, playing cards, buying stuff from the market, playing a deck builder, okay? Innovate is if you look at your hand and you feel your hand is junk, and there's a card you just want to break through for and you're really desperate for it, and maybe you don't have a way to get it, you might want to break through for it, which innovate is you literally dump your whole hand and just break through for whichever card type or whichever card you see in play that you want, and just grab something. It's like a one-shot thing. I've never done it yet, but again, I don't know the game well enough. I don't know what cards I need that are super desperate. I don't know what cards I need to steal from my opponent in a desperate situation. But that's why I'm saying this game, like, it enriches the more you play it, the more it gives back, I feel. Where that, I guess you would use the innovate more often, maybe. And then there's revolt. Revolt, you can dump your whole hand. And you're basically dumping your whole hand to get rid of unrest cards and put them back. So if you hold unrest cards in your hand or draw into a bunch and you feel like your turn's just junk, you have all these unrest cards, you can literally revolt, just dump your whole hand, put all the unrest cards away, and move on. I'm pretty sure... Oh, no, sorry, revolt? You don't dump your whole hand, right? But if you revolt, you can't exhaust and spend actions. But you still just throw away all the unrest cards. So I guess you can't do anything if you can't play actions, so I don't know. Maybe free plays? You can still do free plays, I guess? Weird. Okay. But again, revolting, I've never needed to revolt yet with the Romans, so there's a card I can get that can help me manage unrest in the second half of the game. I just kind of wait for that. Or use other cards that help me get rid of it. Alright, Brian's got to go back to work. Aww. Alright. So we're just going to take our first turn. We're going to activate. And we have no regions to put in place. So glory is useless to us. Prosperity, we may draw a card off of it, but we don't have any regions to gain resources. So that seems kind of useless. We could conquer. It lets us start with 2 population, 3 materials, and 1 progress. So we could break through right now for a region or a tributary card. And how we break through is we can spend our little victory point token, our progress token. We can use that to replace one of the population and try to grab a region. We'll look at the region that's there, but I think I want to do that. I think I want to put the City of Rome into play, so we start getting this Solstice ability to start generating us an engine of resources or cycling through our deck faster. I want to put that into play. And maybe we do this? I don't know. Maybe we just fire this off, get rid of it, grab I don't know which specific uncivilized card would be the best for me. But I'll just look at them. If they go for a strategy of playing glory, like getting regions into play, especially regions that go into play and earn us resources when we play them, to then discard those regions to use glory, to grab fame cards. If it doesn't help us do that, I kind of don't want it. But again, if it's a card that has a lot of victory points on it, maybe we want it. But maybe later in the game. So these are my 3 actions I'm debating. I kind of do this. I look at my hand first, and I kind of see how am I going to spend my actions on the turn, especially when I have Solstice cards out that allow me to discard cards before my turn. So then I want to kind of see what my turn is and kind of discard cards and plan for it. So that's kind of where I'm at. So let's do that. Now the cool part is when we actually break through for a region or a tributary card, it goes to our hand. So that could be one of our actions we play. And then same thing with this card. So I mean, based on our first card we either break through for, we might want to play that card right away. So let's take a look. So we have this city card here. I love these cards because they do that whole Solstice thing of allowing me to just gate more resources off discarding cards I don't need to help me build cards for my turn by drawing maybe. So like maybe we grab that one. We break through for a city, or we could break through for this, but I'm not really a fan of building up all these regions since my regions keep leaving play. I don't really care to kind of try to build up a set of a certain type of region, but I could be wrong. There's also a tributary card. I could just keep playing this to gain 4 materials over and over again. I don't know, maybe that's good. And our region here, I can exile a card from the market. So what are these guys trying to grab? Maybe I can start exiling cards that they want. Tributary cards. They're trying to get tributary cards. According to the little AI here, they want to do this whole if able spend population to break through for this. And that to me makes me think that's part of their strategy, which we did read in the book, right? So maybe at a simple level, let's troll them by getting rid of these out of the game. There's only so many in the game, and in the less they have, I'm assuming the less points they'll pop off. And if we flip to their empire side, yep, they still want to break through for those. Do they get victory points off them? I don't know. Maybe they don't. I'm not sure. They definitely want materials, as we saw. Yeah, I don't see anything that's saying they're going to, like, you know, make a whole bunch of victory points. Like playing against the Macedonians I was playing before, they loved collecting regions. And the more regions they had in play, and the more regions in their engine, they were like firing off victory points all over the place, gaining resources all over the place. So I kind of need to keep them in check by exiling regions, buying regions, acquiring them, or breaking through for them to keep them from going crazy. But this, I think I control them by with the tributary cards. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's where I'm at. That is where I'm at. Okay. So let's see here. So what do we start with? Like, what card do we want for sure? I mean, I'm good with the city, and even grabbing that region might be fine. And I think even when we break through, I can choose to instead take that region. I can grab one off the top, right? So let's double check. If more than one suit is listed, first declare which one of them you'll break through for, then do one of the following. Option 1, select any card of that suit from the market, add it to your hand. If you choose this option, you'll gain all the tokens on that card. If there's an unrest card underneath, you return it to the unrest pile, then draw a new card from the appropriate deck. All right, option 2, we could break through. Yeah, you can grab the top card of that deck based on that type. So it looks like we could, if we want a region and we don't like this one, I could break through, just take the top one off this deck. If this deck was empty, I would then, like I said, break through here and start discarding cards off the top till I found the one I need. Then I shuffle that discard pile back in. So if you're really looking for something else and what is in the market is not there for you, you can still, but you're blind. You're blindly digging. I don't know how good I feel about that. But I mean, I'm sure this region, again, we know our prosperity card helps us gain things off of this symbol. So maybe we just grab that one. I don't know. But let's do it. Let's just get it started. I don't know. We're just going to do it. All right, we're going to do Conquer. So throw that in our discard. Oh, we'll play it first as an action. We'll do the breakthrough. So we'll pay 2 population plus a progress token to make up for that missing population I don't have at this time. And we will just break through for this region. Okay, that goes to our hand of cards. Okay, and then we replace it with another region. And it looks like we found a forest. Very similar. Okay. And then, I think I want that city. I don't know. And I want to get this card like out. I just want it out. Like, I don't care. So let's just play this one as an action. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but we're going to break through for this city, add this to our hand. This will go away. Okay. This one goes to history, which history is just under your faction card. So it's there forever until, I don't know if there's ways to get stuff out of your history, but it's kind of like just forgotten. It's in the past. Okay. We'll replace this card. It's another tributary, so that means it gets an unrest card. I'm not even going to try this. I don't know. I'm not even going to try to say that. I'm going to say it wrong, I'm sure. Passive, increase your hand size by 1. Oh, I want that card. It's 1 victory point for every 3 pinned cards you have in play, excluding regions. So like that city, if that's not a region, we put the city into play. That will help us. I want this card. Have an extra card in your hand every turn. Oh, this jerk's gonna take it though, probably. How do we make sure? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna then put the city of Rome into play. Okay, as my other action. No worries, Brian. No worries, no worries. All right, so this is my discard. We played our cards. All our actions are done. So next what we do, we're done we have no actions left. I can't exhaust, I have no exhaust abilities or anything. So what we're gonna do is take a progress token from the supply and we get to put it on a card. Now there's some thought to this. The AI and us, we can't exile a card with a token on it, at least one. You can't exile cards. So if we have little tokens on every card, we can't exile, the bot can't exile, keeps those cards in play. The only issue with putting them on cards to protect them is if the card's worth more victory points, this jerk face over here is gonna take that card over another. Because it basically looks, when it's tied between 2 cards, it kind of looks for the one with the most victory points. When it's trying to grab cards blindly out of the deck and stuff. So, I want this card, I can put this on there, which if I take that card, I get the victory point off of it. But putting this on here, these both have asterisks. They're both worth 5 points to the AI. And we know this jerk wants to get those kind of cards. So if I put this on here, it's gonna take this one first. But then if it has an exile ability, it will exile the leftmost card. So it would exile this one. So I kind of want to put this on there to protect it. But again, we don't know what the bot's gonna do. So I'm kind of screwed either way, I think, which sucks. I think I put it on there to protect it. Try to protect it, but it'll probably take it. I don't know. Any tips? Any suggestions? Any suggestions? I don't know. Again, I've tried this strategy both ways, and then like I try to protect a card, then the bot steals that one, or I don't put it on there. That's the one they exile. So eventually you can kind of like mess with it a little more, but this situation I kind of got screwed here. Mike says, against the AI, it's all about preventing them points on the cards. I would say no. If you need a card for your engine that could get you tons of points, Mike, I think there's a theory on protecting it and not letting it get exiled, because again, there's limited cards in the game, and a lot of the cards are unique, and there's only a handful of them that are probably really good to your strategy. So I think you're missing an extra layer of the strategy there of just throwing points on cards that you don't want the AI to get. So I don't know. Edward says, what would you do against another player? Read his mind. Get in the mind of the AI. So yeah, I'll just throw it on there. But either way, I think whichever way I do it, I think I'm losing that card. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. So I'll just throw it on there. Next, I want to... I guess we just discard down, don't we? I didn't do it in order. So I add the power token. Oh yeah, I clear my action stuff. I put that back on my card. Again, I haven't played in a few days, so bear with me. Getting back into the rhythm. Then we can discard any number of cards. So in this game, you can hold cards, which is awesome. I'm not going to hold Glory. I want to get this city into play quick. Prosperity, I don't want to hold either. Again, holding cards in this game is kind of bad because you want to cycle through your deck, start getting your better cards faster. So I'm okay just dumping it all, to be honest. But again, getting a city into play, like getting a card into play that's going to give you Solstice, the faster you get into play, the more it pays off in the long run, right? So I'm definitely going to discard that. I might hold... No, let's just dump. Let's just dump. I don't know. Let's just dump. Okay. Then we draw up to our hand size 5 cards. Actually, we're not going to draw through a deck anyway. So let me keep this one. I'm going to keep this one. Okay. Then we'll draw up to 5. We got Advance, Dalmatia, Unrest, and Unrest. Oh no. Okay. So again, the Unrest cards, they're junk. We start with some in our factions deck, which sucks. I should have known this. But again, I don't have my cards memorized. And then we have that card we held. And then we have these 2 cards. So we can advance. We can play this if we're in Barbarian state. This one lets us pay materials to acquire the other card types. Or break through for them. So we have ways of spending both materials to... This is how we get all our card types going. And this one, when we play this, we actually gain a population. So this one we want to kind of get into play, have it leave play, play it again over and over. I think it's kind of neat little engine to get going. All right, now we go on to the bot. Let's do the bot. Okay, so the bot's going to go, they basically start by rolling a die. Okay, we put this on card number 2. I also like to put my little token on here so I don't forget to place that on this card at the end of the bot's turn. Now we just literally go from left to right, resolving bot cards. And when you draw the card, you're literally just looking for certain things on the card. You ignore the ability. So if we look here, this is how I do it. So with this little table, again, make sure you're on the right side, Barbarian. You then take this card, you start going down. Is this an Unrest card? No. Is it a Fame card? No. Glory? No. Is it a Barbarian card? No. Region? No. Is it a pin card? No. Prosperity. Oh, we found something. If it can change the game state and do anything in this line, you do it. If it does literally nothing here and doesn't change the game state at all, you then keep going until you find something else that matches the card. And eventually you'll hit the other line. Oh, what's this? Place 2 materials instead of this for bot cleanup. Okay. Okay. All right. We just learned something new. I've never played this faction yet, so this is kind of neat. The bot never spends progress in place of materials or population. That I know. Okay, nice little rules reference on here too, by the way. All right, so prosperity. This says discard the top card from the bot deck, gain 1 population, 1 materials per region in play, and you may draw a card. So I can draw. Okay, so this card will resolve. I discard it. It draws a top, discard. Okay, gains 1 population, 1 materials. Okay. Oh, no, per region in play. Sorry, has no regions, has no regions. Yeah, nothing yet, right? And I may draw a card. So, yeah, I'll draw. Oh, we found Roman Expansion, which is an attack card, a barbarian card. I can acquire a region, then I may acquire another region. Each player recalls a region, which puts it back in their hand. But I think the bot would just... Oh, yeah, they put it on top of their deck, I think. And then I put this card into history. So I might want to use this sooner rather than later just to get it done, get some regions going. So that's in my hand now. That changes things. All right, we skip this card. I put the die and the tokens on it so I don't accidentally resolve that card. Again, if it rolled a 6 in the default difficulty, you can make it harder. But in the default difficulty, if it rolls a 6, it doesn't. It does all 5 cards, so it does more on its turn and doesn't put tokens out here. All right, so we do this next one. It's advance. So again, if we go through here, we get to this barbarian card. If able, spend 3 population to break through. No, it can't do that. Otherwise, spend 2 materials. Can't do that. Otherwise, it just gains 1 materials, 1 population, and put this card into history. Okay? 1 materials and 1 population. And this card will go into their history, which is just under their card, just like mine, just under their nation card or whatever. Okay, next. So we found a pin region. If I go down, I find regions. Discard the top card. Discard the top card of the bot deck. So it's like drawing through its deck here. Oh, wait, did I read the right one? Yep. Yeah, regions first. So discard the top card of the bot deck. Play this, so it's in their play area. Exile a card from the market. We protected this one. So it would have exiled the leftmost card, but it has a token on it, so it can't. So it exiles this one. and that's out of the game. There's supposedly a rule for swapping cards from the exile, but I haven't seen that happen yet. I don't know if we're going to see that at all. That's probably in the more advanced stuff. Then we replace it. So this civilized card, Metropolis, is going to come into play to replace it. And that is that. Oh, it's got another region. Okay, and region card type comes before pinned on their table. So as I go down, discard the top card of the bot deck. Okay, he's drilling through his deck. Holy. Play this. So I have a second region in play. And exile a card from the market. Okay, it's going to exile. So Metropolis, it was fun to know you while you were there, but our time was too short. All right, so that's gone. This just like cycles like crazy. This is why I don't usually get attached to cards in the market, because the bot can just like really mess with it on your turn, which you'd expect in a deck builder and multiplayer, players buying cards and stealing cards and all this kind of stuff. You expect by the time it gets back around your turn, the market's going to look a lot different, right? In most cases. So we found a woodland region, so it doesn't have an unrest. And this woodland region is, you may draw a card of your choice from your discard pile and place it on the top of your draw deck, exile a card from the market, and you may garrison a card. Okay, that's not bad, I think. We might want that region to cycle, maybe. I don't know. All right, then the bot is going to put these tokens on there. Okay, then we're going to slide this card to the left to see later, possibly. Then it's going to start replacing cards from left to right off its deck. It has no deck left, so it's going to grab the first card off its like development stack or whatever and put that in its discard pile. Then we shuffle the discard pile. And we fill up the rest, okay? And anything else on the bot turn, or was that it? Oh, and now, so we have this little card. This card goes between the first player and the last player to remind you to do solstice abilities at the end of a round. So I just put this kind of here. I don't know. But anyways, we're just going around the table, pass it to the left, goes to the bot. Then we do solstice, then back to me. If that makes sense. So solstice, I do have a solstice ability. I may discard a card. I think I'll discard this card. To choose, I can gain a population, gain a material, or draw a card. If I draw a card, I get my top card. I would have then cycled through my deck, and we'll start seeing better, or like more specific cards, better cards going in my deck, possibly. Or do I just need more materials? I do need 5 materials to break through on advance. And I don't think I have a way to get 5. How do we do this? So maybe I don't worry about materials right now. Maybe I just go for population. Or I just get materials now to on the next cycle round on advance. It will work better. You see why I want to get the solstice card in play? So I definitely want to play this one to get the extra resource generation every solstice. I want to get this region into play. It helps get me a population. And maybe we do this Roman expansion. Maybe that's like our turn. So maybe we don't care about drawing right yet, but I probably should. Because to cycle through, we'll get our glory going. I don't know. Hey, James. Yeah. I think I'll take a materials, even though I can't use it right now. I think I'll just take a materials. Or maybe not. No, I'm not. I'm going to take a population. Okay, let's get a population. All right, so now it's our turn. We got 3 actions. So we said we want to play the city. Okay, that's our first action. Just get it out there. Resource generation, kind of a slow play. I think I want to do the Rome expansion. I don't know if this is bad to do this early, but I'm going to play this. Okay. And this will acquire We'll acquire this region. Okay, this, oh yeah, this gives us 2 materials. I'm an idiot. Yeah, we did have a way to get it. Okay, okay. I was not even thinking. All right, so we'll acquire this one, actually goes to hand. We'll replace it. Another tributary card, free play. Place a card on top of your deck, gain 2 victory points. 1 victory point at the end of the game for every 4 progress tokens or victory point tokens you have. Okay, let's look at an unrest card. So I am debating. I think I'll just acquire this one. Yeah, I think I'll just acquire this one. I was debating getting off the top of the deck, but I'll just take this one, I think. Yeah. And we found the hills. Oh, this one to gain us population. Exile a card from the market. I wanted this one. I should have just did the top of the deck. I should have done it, but it's okay. The other one can help us with prosperity to be more flexible, to try to get us materials for these little symbols up here on the top. That's my theory there. And then we'll put this card into history. Okay. And we have one more action. I mean, we could advance. Again, we're just like buying cards and putting too much in our deck. Not how I like to play usually. But we could break through for an uncivilized region, which I don't care for that one. And I don't care about getting civilized cards right now. So maybe I don't advance right now. Yeah, I think I don't care. I think I'm going to play. Oh, I wanted this card though. I do want this card, which I probably can't get. I should have done the breakthrough on the turn, but that's okay. So what I can do is play this one. You may draw a card of your choice from your discard pile and place on top of your draw deck, where I could put Conquer. And then next turn we try to get that card if it's not gone already. Yeah, I think that's what we do. So I'm going to play the Woodland. I may draw a card of your choice from your discard pile. We're going to do Conquer. Place on top of our deck. I want to make sure I can get that if it's still there. If it's still there. And then I have to exile a card from the market. I want to exile this one. I mean, I could try to troll him and just get rid of these. Yeah, I think I just troll for these and get rid of this one. Coinage. Okay. All right. And then what else do I do? I may garrison a card. Is there a card I want to garrison? I don't know. I will pop this back out of play. So yeah, maybe I do. Yeah, let's just garrison and unrest. Because once I do glory, I'll pop this back into my discard or whatever. So that unrest will come back, but at least it's out of our hair for a little bit. I don't know if that's smart, but that's how we're going to do it. That's how I'm doing it. So that is our... I've done 3 actions, right? What did I do? Or maybe I've only done 2. I played this. I played this. I think I've only done 2. Yeah, because that was discarded earlier on Solstice, right? Yeah, I probably should have exiled this just to see another another uncivilized. It might have made me want to grab that one, but I think I'll just play this one. Okay, I'll play this one. Again, a population. And I may garrison a card, but I'm okay. I don't think I'm going to. I don't think so. I'm debating garrisoning this if I'm not really going to use it. Yeah, I'll just do this. I don't know. I'm trying new stuff again. Like I said, I'm still in the discovery point of the game, still learning it. Only a few games in. Only a few games under my belt. So I'm trying different stuff out here, being a little crazy. Hopefully showing off some different mechanics of the game is really the point. This card, though, I am going to discard. So first I'll put a victory point on... I don't know. This one? Okay, I'll discard. And now I draw up to 5 cards. So I draw this one. Now I have no cards left in the deck. So I get this one added in. Oh, it's a second prosperity. Okay, that goes in here. Then I shuffle. Okay, and then draw the rest. Glory, Unrest, Forest, and Step. Okay, that's my hand. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I gotta clear these. Those go back to my card. That happened first. Discard a number cards, drop to my hand size. Oh yeah, I also have to put this on the back of that deck when I do it at that point, so that I don't go through my deck too quickly. So until that's cleared off, this exhaust token's cleared off, I'm not allowed to do that again, which will happen at the end of my next turn. So if somehow I'm able to draw through my deck again, I won't get an extra card added to my deck until that's clear. All right, so a bot turn, we're gonna roll a 6, that sucks. So literally the bot is not covering up any, not adding tokens. That's how he's gonna get way more done. All right, here we go, Conquer. It's a barbarian. If able, spend 3 population, nope. If able, spend 2 materials, nope. Otherwise it will gain 1 material, 1 population. And put this card into history. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Okay, next. Unrest. That just goes here. Dido, Queen of Carthage. So she is just another barbarian card here. It doesn't have 3 population, but it does have 2 materials to spend. And that 2 materials, it will acquire a civilized or uncivilized card. So if we look at the market, I have a civilized here, and an uncivilized here. It's going to pick the one that gets us the most victory points. I have a 2 VP, I have a 5, plus 1 is a 6, and another 5. So it's going to take this one, I'm assuming. If there was a tie, it would just take the leftmost. So it's going to get this victory point. It's going to take this, and because it's acquiring, it's actually going to put them on the top of its deck, including the Unrest. Okay. And that's it. So this goes in the discard. Next. Oh yeah, we got to replace. All right. This is a tributary card. Discard the top 3 cards from the bot deck? What the heck? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so we need to stop it from getting those cards because it's going to rip through. Yeah. Carthaginian traders spend 3 population. Nope. It's going to gain 1 and gain 1. And then put this card into history. Board Games Nearma says, best game of 2021 in my opinion. Hey, Joseph. In your opinion, yes. But I saw you post that earlier, and I was curious. So I went and looked at all the games on BGG based on rank from 2021. I forgot to talk about this earlier. And according to the hardcore geeks that hang out on Board Game Geek and actually rate their games, which I'm not really one of those, but I'm a hardcore geek, but I just don't spend time on there rating games really. Ark Nova, The Crew, the second Crew game, Cascadia, Sleeping Gods, Terraforming Mars, Ares Expedition, Great West Trail 2nd Edition, Ankh is rated better than this game. Adrian's Wall, Destinies, I like Destinies, Meadow, Radlands, coming soon. I got a hold of that one. That game looked really cool to me. I'll hopefully be playing this soon on the channel with Mel. Should be fun. Oath, don't care, but supposedly that's better. Kemet, Blood and Sand, I'm assuming the revised one, because if it came out in 2021. Cubitos, don't know what that is. Canvas, no idea. Then Imperium Classics. So I believe this is the 21st best game so far of 2021, according to the masses on BoardGameGeek.com who rate games. So Joseph, none of these games you like better than that one? Or any of the games after it? Clash of Cultures, Descent, Legends of the Dark, Summoner Wars 2nd Edition, Boon Lake, Red Rising, Bloodborne, Unfathomable. Man, lots of cool games on here that came out last year, actually. There's Imperium Legends. Oh, come on, Zombicide 2nd Edition. The fact that it's even in the top 1,000 blows my mind. I just lost a lot of respect for the folks on BGG who rate games. I bet that's just cool many are not employees and all their family and friends who did that. Anyways, just trolling. All right. Micro Macro, I like that one. That one's an awesome game. And a lot of these ones I never heard of. But there are some cool games on here. Anyways, so out of all these games that are in 2021, all these big beefy games, this one's your top, eh, Joseph? Yeah, lots of cool games came out last year. I was curious. Most curious when someone says this is the best game of this year. I'm like, okay, let me go check that year and see what other games came out. Because I'm curious what in your mind, or like when a Kickstarter company is like, reprint of the best game of last year. And it's like, well, I look on here and it's not the best game supposedly. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like I think Unsettled was like, it hit a lot of people's top lists, but here's what it was competing against, right? So I don't know. I call shenanigans. Oh, Joseph, Imperium surprised me. Just a small box, and I didn't even touch it on my shelf for 5 months. Yeah, I'm also obviously late to the party too. Oh, Sajat's back. 3 of the top 5 on BGG I generally dislike. That's what's so cool. Everyone has different tastes. I love it. I love it. Now, that's why I like this hobby. There's something for everybody. Okay. So the AI is done firing off all its crazy effects on me. Holy crap. So next we got to... So the Carthaginians want to add 2 materials, right? Oh yeah, but they didn't get one of these cards. So they don't add any. Then they're going to lay out cards. Oh man, they're already through their deck again. This is insane, actually. We're going to shuffle. I think I'm getting wrecked by the bot already. That's how I feel. I think the bot is wrecking me. But again, I'm playing on like standard difficulty. You can play on an easier one. But I think the bot is racing past me here. That's the feel I get. All right, Solstice. We have 2 Solstice effects. They're both the same. You may discard a card to choose. Gain a population, gain a materials, or draw a card. So, I'm definitely going to discard this Unrest. And what do I want? What do I need for my hand here? I need population to break through. So I'll take one of those. So I have some extra, or I have just enough to break through actually. What else do I need? I could draw. So I only need to play technically 1 more region to be able to fire off Glory. So that's 1 action, 2 actions, and 3 actions. So I don't really need to draw unless I'm just trying to speed through my deck a little bit. So maybe I'll just gain resources. Because I'll draw through my deck at the end of turn anyway. So it's like not really getting me there. So yeah, let's just take another population. And again, population by default, it is something on our faction card we want to try to do at the end of the game. I mean, for every extra one we have, you get some victory points. In my mind, usually in these kind of engine building games, if you have resources just sitting on the table, you probably could have used them earlier in the game to generate you more victory points some other way. But it's just like kind of a fallback. So I'm just going to grab population. All right. Our turn. So what did we say? We said we are going to so we want this card. So let's do this. We're going to do the one action and we're going to pay 3 population and we're going to break through for this card here. It gets us one of these little victory point tokens. We wanted this, right? We got lucky, it didn't leave. And this will increase our hand size by 1 once we play it. So actually I want to get this in play right now. So this will go to my hand. We'll replace it. We have another region here, a river. You may put a card from your discard pile into your history. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a cool one. And that doesn't get an unrest. Okay, so this card's done. I'll just throw this here. Man, maybe we don't fire off glory this turn. I don't know, but I feel like I want this to happen like right now. So we'll pop that into play. Should we put it over here? And exile a card from the market. Yeah, maybe just set up a glory for next turn. Here, let's put this here. Yeah. And then we'll toss this. We'll hold glory. So let's put a victory point on this one. We'll discard this. I'm going to hold glory. We'll clean up our tokens, including this one. Then we'll draw actually up to 6. So we'll hold glory. We'll draw 2 cards, 2 prosperities. Okay, okay. We're going to take the top card of this. Oh, perfect. Just the type of card I need more of in my deck. A nice unrest. Oh, thanks. Thanks, deck. That's awesome. Then we'll shuffle. Got to put a little token on the back of there, so I can't do that again if I were to keep drawing right now. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I have 1 card left in my deck. So 6 cards total, right? We're good. Okay. And now on to the bot. 5, okay. Card number 5. Let's put our little reminder tokens on the back here. All right, let's start doing the bots. Prosperity. Discard the top card from the bot deck. Gain. Also, it has 2 regions in play. Actually, let's do its regions like this. Keep them away from my area. So it has 2 regions in play. So it's going to gain 1 population and 1 materials for each region in play, which is 2. Okay. And then I may draw a card, which I will do. Oh, an unrest. Perfect. Just what I need. Okay. And then the next card, Glory. Abandon 3 regions. It only has 2. To gain the top fame card. Otherwise, break through for a region. So it's going to break through for a region. It looks at both these regions. They both have no victory points in the bottom, but they each have a token on them. So they're tied, and it will take the leftmost one. So the river is gone, unfortunately. I didn't see that coming, but that's okay. Okay. So that will add it to the top of its deck. Next, it's got a tributary card. Discard the top 3 cards from the bot deck. 1, 2, 3. Holy crap. Okay, that goes in there. And then Caravans, which is a pinned card, which gains it 1 population and 2 materials. And then put this card into history. Wow. Okay, this Carthaginians seem really efficient to me. They are like crazy. Okay, we'll add these here. So I definitely want to get that region ASAP. I gotta replace this one over here. We found the Sacred Pass. Exhaust. You may look at the top card of your nation deck. You may then abandon a card to swap a card from your hand with the top of your nation deck. 1 victory point. So again, we only can be putting this into play while we're in Barbarian state. Once we're in Empire state, if this comes back to our hand somehow, we have no way of playing it, which is neat. Okay, slide this over. And then it's going to draw now, but it'll take the top here. We'll shuffle this up. Sajat says, no, Sajat, the strategy I'm going for, just like nobody is really leaning anyway. But the strategy I was just going for this play is just heavy on the glory. Try to get regions into play, hit off prosperity to gain stuff for them, not buy too much junk for my deck. Try to just get a nice cycle through in a small deck of maybe getting glory plays to race through the fame deck. I don't know. That's just what I want to try this game. I don't know if that's great. I don't know if it's good against this AI. I have no idea. And then when we're exiling, we're going to troll them and try to get rid of tributary cards. I don't know. We discussed a whole bunch of options and strategy and stuff. We'll kind of just go with the flow too. So again, this is only like my 4th game ever. Probably only my 2nd or 3rd game playing with most of the rules correct, I assume. But again, when you're playing a game solo, you're never for sure if you're playing the rules correctly because no one's there to really check you. So hopefully you guys check me. But yeah. We've only had to look up a couple so far. All right, so the bot is gonna keep on going. All right. Solstice. So yeah, we'll discard. And we want to think we'll just gain 2 population by just discarding. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. Then on our turn, we are going to... Oh man, do I try to get this first? I don't think so. I think we might be okay. I might just fire off 2 prosperities just to load up on resources. Because we could get 1, 2, 3, 4 materials. And then we could do it again to get 3 popularity. And then we play glory and pop those out of play. I don't know. That's where I'm at. Again, I need to find a way to get extra action because this 3 actions isn't cutting it for me. Okay. Yeah, let's do the glory. Maybe we can get a fame card that'll help us do something cool too. Sajat says I would pivot to shedding plus deck acceleration probably based on the 5 minutes I've seen. Shedding plus deck acceleration. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's do that. So let's play prosperity. So 1 prosperity. All players may draw a card. If I do, I don't get anything from there. And this guy will just discard. Do I draw? Yeah, maybe I draw. I don't know. But then I won't be able to get through my deck as fast. I only have 3 cards. I actually would do that before. But if I draw, it's just unrest. So like, I don't know. Is there a point to that? Probably not. Anyways, I won't draw. Then I'll choose gain. Let's gain. So 4 materials. I'll just return one of these, take a 5er. And then I'll play a prosperity again. And I'll gain 3 population because that's how many regions I have in play. I'll just take a 5, return 2. Okay. And then I'm going to play Glory as my 3rd action. So again, this card cannot be garrisoned. Abandon 3 regions. Look at the top 2 cards. Well, I get to look at 3 again because my faction's ability. Take one of those cards. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So these are all, actually we'll resolve this one. So we're abandoning 3. So 1, 2, 3. These go into our discard pile. We're going to look at the top 3 of the Fame deck. Feel free to chime in. All right. So the first, we got Triumphant. This is just straight up 11 victory points. Cannot be played, cannot be garrisoned. I'm not a fan of cards that don't do anything. Getting them early in the game, just clogging up my deck with useless junk. Unless I have a way of throwing this into history, which I think I have some ways, but maybe I don't. Who knows? This card seems great. It's a free play, and then you gain an action. I like this one, and I can keep having this cycle through my deck. I feel like I'm taking this one, and I may at some point put this in my, I may put it in my history, and if you see here, you get 6 victory points at the end of the game if it's in your history, but only 2 otherwise. But I feel like this card is very great because you get a free play and it gains you an action on the turn. So I was just complaining of only having 3 actions on turn after getting cards that help me get 4 or more on a turn. It feels very rough only having 3. I'll have to tell you that. But the other card, I think it's notoriously good. It's a free play. I get to steal a progress from another player in the AI, from the AI. And then if I can't, they take Unrest card. This card kind of let me down a little bit because the bot kind of has ways of always gaining progress tokens, it feels. Even when I try to put them on cards I don't think it's going to take, it ends up taking them, and it's like, oh man. And it already has 2, so it would take a lot of times to try to get this going. I think I'm going to take the other card, seems great. No, get involved, guys. Get involved. I said it at the start of the stream. If you have any suggestions, play along. Like, I'm not a pro at this game. I'm just trying to show it off. But if you want to play along and ask questions, have some strategy tips, by all means, throw them at me. I'm still trying to learn the game and get it wrapped around the strategy. And that's what I was trying to say earlier was, this is the kind of game you take a faction, you play it like 5 or 6 times, and like maybe you kind of know how to win with them or get really high points. But then switch out your faction you're playing against, or play at a different player count, play with some different factions at the table. Now your strategy might switch a little bit, you know, which is neat. So I'm just trying to beat the AI. I don't care that much about points, to be honest, but I just hopefully play the game and show it off well enough. I'm sure by now you guys can see what's going on, but so we'll take the Great. That'll go to our hand. Glory is there. These go back to the top. So Triumphant was 1 down. I think that's how I picked it up like that, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was in this order. I'll just shuffle because I forget what order they were in. I need to put them back in the same order, I think. And I don't know. I'll just do this because the bot will take one, right? Maybe. So I don't know. I don't want to like plant one there for them. So this is a free play. I'll play it now. I gain an extra action. Okay. What am I going to do with that action? I don't know if there's a point of even doing that. Maybe I should just hold it. Because what other actions? I can't do any other actions. I have no. Oh, I do have cards in hand still. Duh. I put my hand down, forgot it was there. Okay. Oh, I can set the order? It's just I've never been able to look at more. This is my first time playing where I'm able to look at more than 2. So it never made sense before. But so Jot's telling me I'm able to stick them in a certain order. I don't know. I guess I'll put Triumphant on top because it's like just boring. I mean, it's 11 victory points, but it's boring. Yeah, I'll put that one on top, and maybe the AI will just grab it. I don't need it yet. I mean, I could bury it so they don't get it, But I do like the other one where I'm stealing victory points from them. I think that's funny. So I want that one kind of protected a little bit if I can. I'll get that one eventually, maybe. All right. I think we want to acquire this, right? So I'm going to pay 3 population to break through. I'll do this as my 4th action. And we'll break through for this one. I'll take all these goodies. That'll go to hand. Might have too many regions now, but it's how I'm rolling. I don't know. And we're replacing it with a jungle. Ooh. All right. Then we're going to put a victory point out at the end of our turn. Let's put it... I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm thinking this one, but I don't want it anytime soon. But maybe I want them to keep cycling the main deck. So letting them exile from here is probably still the play. Yeah, I'll just put it there. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Tiny, good morning. Tiny again says, another game says, I've never heard of this game, so I'm excited. And again, I will make the joke that this game was never on crowdfunding, so of course you don't know about this game, Tiny. It was at the game store down the street from your house that you go to pick up your Kickstarters from sometimes. I don't know. But yeah. All right. Yeah, it's a complex deck builder. That's basically what we're playing. Complex deck builder. That's how I'll kind of describe it. Okay, I'm gonna discard these 2. I clean up all my tokens. Then we will draw. There's nothing in my deck, so we're gonna take the top of this. Oh, another man. Yeah, maybe I bought too many regions. Look at this. Like too many cards. Too many cards already. Yeah, I don't seem to have a bunch of attacks going, so yeah. Let's just shuffle it up. Okay, so we're drawing up to 6 because our hand size has increased. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, okay. Okay, maybe we can just spend a turn putting 3 regions into play. We don't have glory yet. Yeah, maybe we roll with that. I don't know. All right, that's what it's looking like. All right, let's do the bot. 6. Oh man, that's 2 6s now already. I don't know. That's not good. Exports. What's this card? Exports is a... Might be an other, actually. I don't see attack on the table. I don't see attack. I don't see empire cards yet. Yeah, it's an other, I guess. If able, spend all materials. Oh, okay. Spends all 5. To gain the same number of victory points. Oh, man. Oh, man. 5 little progress right there. Otherwise, if able, acquire a region. Otherwise, discard the top 2 cards of the bot deck. Okay, so yeah, that's a thing. Glory, abandon 3 regions. It doesn't have 3 yet to get the top fame card. Otherwise, break through for a region. This one's worth 1 victory point. This one's worth 1 victory point. It will just take the leftmost. Okay. And, okay. Next. Berbers. This is a tributary. Discard the top 3 cards of the bot deck. I guess it would do that first. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's annoying. Unrest, okay. And River region. Discard the top card of the bot deck. Play this card and exile a card from the market, which we got to replace. Which it will just exile this one, right? Boom. And replace it with a region. What's this region? This region's super. It's a cape. Exile a card from the market. You may garrison a card. Passive, you may recall this to avoid the effect of an attack. So you can kind of protect yourself. That's cool. Okay. So then the bot is going to take another card because it wants to draw. Holy. Yeah, this is a crunchy game, Tiny. Yeah. I feel like maybe 10 to 20 hours with one faction, you kind of like master that faction, maybe. I don't know. And there's 8 factions in the deck, or in the box, that play like different. And then if you're switching up your AI or the other players are playing different factions, it's like you might have to change up your strategy and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty deep game. Like a pretty deep game. All right. Solstice, we're going to discard. What are we discarding for? I don't think I want to draw. I mean, I could draw. Actually, yes, I do. I think I'm just going to draw. There's Glory, but we can't play it yet, so we'll be holding it. Prosperity. Maybe Conquer. Like, we don't want to keep conquering. So I'm going to discard this one. At least not right now. We don't want to conquer. And I'm just going to take a population. Or do I just keep drawing? Maybe I draw, because I might get that extra action card. Nope. I got an advance. Oh well. At least we get through our deck faster, right? Okay. All right. Now what are we doing? We're just going to play 3 locations, right? Or 3 regions. Let's play this one. We gain a population for that one. We exile a card from the market. Let's exile this one. Agriculture. This one's based all around those symbols. Ooh, exhaust. Treat a wheat as 3 of those for the rest of the turn. That would be cool to combo with our prosperity card for gaining materials, but again, I don't know why we're gaining materials for. Okay, and then I may garrison a card. No, I think we're okay right now. Oh, maybe we garrison advance. Like, I'm not even playing it. I don't know if I should be. I mean, maybe we should. I don't know. I'm going to garrison it. Whatever. I don't really care about it right now. So it says I would garrison at least one region and play one of the other cards for action 3. Oh, okay. Okay. Then we'll play a forest. Exile a card from the market. Exile this region. And we found diplomacy. Okay. May garrison a card. I don't think so. And then we'll play a woodland. You may draw a card of your choice from your discard pile, placed on top of your draw deck. No, I don't think so. Exile a card from the market. Yeah. Education. We all need more of that. Free play. You may put a card from your hand into history. You may put a card from your discard pile into history. Oh, that's a way to get rid of junk from your deck. Interesting. And you may garrison a card. No, I think we're good. All right, end of our turn. Let's... we'll put this here, I guess. We'll keep Glory. Actually, let me count my deck. 6. Yeah, we can't draw through right now anyway. So I think I'm going to keep... Oh man, Prosperity is like good. It could let us draw another card. And could get us a bunch of resources. We could get some population. But again, I also could just play more regions. Yeah, let's dump it. And let's draw up. I don't know. Yeah, we'll get another one. Unrest. Okay. All right, that's our 6 cards. Oh, yeah, we gotta do this. Okay, we're doing that all in the wrong order every time. Okay, bot. Whoops, 2. If able, spend 3 population. Yep, it is able. 3 population of breakthrough for a tributary. So it's going to start looking at the top cards from here. I guess we can. Nope. 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 Oh, this is the card I want right here. Exhaust, gain an action. And I'm okay discarding cards that like gets you through your deck faster, I feel. I mean, usually I have junk to discard, I guess. Maybe it doesn't get you through your deck faster because you're not drawing, but you know what I mean. Okay, it gets the Egyptians. All right. So these get shuffled back in this way. Oh, I want that card. I hate the second Prosperity. I like only having 1, but I drew into it early, and now I have 2 that keep coming around. I don't know. Egyptians are neat. I don't even want to look. I didn't even want to look at the card to be sad about what they just took. If Barbarian, put the top card of your nation deck in your discard pile. If Empire, develop. Put this card into your history. Oh, that is a good card. And then 1 victory point for every civilized card. Oh, that's cool. But I guess, like, depending on your faction, right? Maybe another faction you want to be grabbing civilized cards like crazy. And that Egyptian card would be huge for that strategy. All right. And here. Okay, discard the top 3 cards from the bot deck. Oh, why not? Oh, so bad. Exports. I think this is another. If able, spend all materials. No, otherwise acquire a region. Okay, acquire a region. This one right here. Okay. Sacred Pass, regions. Nope, actually it's a barbarian card first. If able, spend 3 population. Yep. Breakthrough for a tributary card. Same thing. Oh yeah, I forgot to refill this one. No, Jade Mask. Oh, come on. The Hittites, if I'm saying that right. Breakthrough for a region, put this card into your history. Okay, they get that. Okay, these will get shuffled back in. Okay, let's go here. Oh boy, all right, put these here, slide this over. Oh man. All right, draw. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, deck is empty. Solstice. I will discard this card. Can we draw through? No, we're close. I want that extra action card. I'm gonna draw. There it is, okay. What are we doing this turn? We're Glory. And then we'll have 3 other actions. So we could Prosperity after we play 2, Prosperity, and Glory. Yeah, that might work. So, I think I should just draw for another discard of an Unrest. Yeah, I'll just draw. Okay, okay. All right, on our turn, we're gonna free play. Gain an action. No worries, John Sealer, buddy. Sacred Path is not good news for you. Well, well. Aw. Oh, well. All right. Then we said we're going to, let's play this region. It'll gain us a population. I may garrison a card. I think I'm okay. I mean, maybe I do a region. Yeah, let's do a region. Let's garrison a card. Okay, then we're going to play this one with another action. This will gain us a material, which I will actually change up. They even have 10 denomination tokens in the game, so I'll use one of those. So I have 12 materials, I have 5 population. Okay. And I may garrison a card. No, I think we're okay. Now I'm going to play Prosperity. All players may draw a card. Which this guy can't because his deck is empty. I don't think it'll want to do it. And then over here, I get to take this card, put this there. And it looks like we had another region cycling through. Okay, and we're going to shuffle this up. And we'll draw, conquer, okay. And then I can choose. I can either gain materials for every one of these bags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or I can gain 5 population because I have 5 regions. I think we'll go with population. Okay, I'll take a 5 token. Okay, and that's in our discard. And now we'll play Glory as our last action. And we'll return up to, let's return 1, 2. We care about advance? Not yet. 3. We'll put these 3 in here. We'll get to look at the top 3 of the Fame deck. So we have Triumphant, again, the one we saw before. Cannot be played, cannot be garrisoned, just 11 victory points. Notorious, free play, steal a progress token from each other player. If you're unable, they take an unrest. And then 1 victory point per unrest scored by other players. I don't know. And we have Awe-Inspiring. Oh, this one we can pin into play. Passive, increase your hand size by 1. Yes, please. All right, we'll take that one. Oh, actually, that goes in our hand. Oh, we have no actions left. I should have done the Glory first, but I was thinking of getting a nice Prosperity Fire, but yeah, maybe that was silly. Okay, let's put Triumphant on the top. Actually, do we want to now? For them, this is worth at least 5 victory points. This one's worth 11. So maybe we want to let them take this one, maybe. Because they won't steal victory points from me. Yeah. Yeah, let's bury Triumph, and we'll try to get that later in the game. All right, let's clear off all these tokens. We're done our turn. Oh yeah, we got to put a victory point token. Yeah, let's do this. The mercenaries. Oh, we might want to actually grab the mercenaries soon. Because we're like close to becoming an empire, but maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, let's put this here. Maybe we can get them to take this instead of this. Because we don't care about that one. We want this one. And they have a card, they have a ability that they choose between the two. But they don't have resources right now, so maybe they won't get it yet. Okay, I want to keep awe-inspiring in hand. Conquer, I want, like, it's not working out, but I want to steal some tributary cards. But if I'm just exiling them, that would be good. But there's none in play, like they're all stuck in there. And they keep breaking through for them, which is super annoying. So we're going to discard Conquer. I'm going to keep awe-inspiring in hand. I think, hold on, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can't get through my deck right now anyway. So it's fine. Let's just draw 5, we'll leave 1 in the deck. Unrest, Prosperity, great! Unrest and a region. Gallia, Aquitania? Oh man, I'm not going to do that anymore, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. AI time. 5. Okay. Put a little tokens there. So the AI, Unrest. Okay. Discard the top 3 cards. It can't. I don't remember. Let's check. What happens in this situation where it wants to discard them? If the bot deck is empty and you would normally add a card from the bot deck to a slot, move the top card from the dynasty deck to the bot deck, shuffle, then continue to... I don't think when it discards, if it's empty, it keeps going. I thought there was somewhere it listed that. It doesn't, right, Joseph? I thought so. I thought I read that somewhere. Maybe it was in the errata. Maybe it was in like the errata or something. I printed out like one of the pages that had some of the things for solo. Yeah, okay. I'll just skip it. Yeah. All right, so it doesn't. Okay, perfect. It's there somewhere, but that rule... Yeah, I know. I feel like I've read it before, Joseph, but then again, I've read so many posts and answers on BGG over the last week or so. And like, oh man, yeah, I've read so many things about this game trying to like wrap my head around the rules. And I read through lots of rules posts on BGG and stuff. I just can't remember if it's like something I read or if it's in the errata. All right, anyways. Okay, so this will just go here. Next. This one, discard the top card from the bot deck, play this. So it has 4 regions in play now. Exile a card from the market. It will exile this one. And we get a port. Okay. And advance. This is, if able, spend 3 population. No. Spend 2 materials. No. Otherwise, gain 1 materials, 1 population, and put this card into history. And this, we'll throw these here. Slide this down. Okay. It's going to take the top one of these. Oh, they're almost in Empire mode. That next card, and they're go to Empire. Oh, man, I'm slow. Gotta hurry, guys. Gotta hurry. I'm falling behind. Okay, set up the bots next hand. This deck is there. Solstice. We will discard 2 cards. And I feel like I just draw twice. Yeah, I'm just going to draw twice. I'll draw once. And then when I draw the second time, I take the top card of here. Oh, there it is, finally. Man, I usually get this early in the game. I forgot about this card, but this one lets me manage my unrest. This is the one that you may return an unrest from your hand, or you may return an unrest from your discard pile during Solstice. So like, obviously, if you get this early in the game, there's many turns where you get rid of unrest. You can then acquire a little more loosely because you're able to get rid of the unrest instead of breaking through. But again, like sometimes you play and you see these cards early, sometimes you see them late and you just got to adapt. Which is, it sucks that this came out so late. But anyways, all right, so that's going in my discard. We still need to get that into play before Solstice. So we're going to shuffle. We're going to put a little token on here so we can't go through our deck again this turn. Okay. All right. And we need 1 glory. Okay, interesting. So if we just slap 1 more region in play, we can do another glory play and go to the fame deck. Woo! All right. So it's our turn now. I think we play Awe-Inspiring for sure. We need that extra hand size, I feel. Let's get that into play before I forget. Great. We can free play that for an extra action. I don't think I want to put my history yet. Let's play this region. We may garrison a card, but we're about to get it back anyway, so I mean, it doesn't really matter. Sure, whatever. Okay, then I guess Prosperity maybe. Yeah, let's just play Prosperity. No, we want to see that first. I don't know. This is rough. Yeah, who cares? Let's do it. Prosperity for an action. We may draw a card. This guy draws. Okay. Conquer. Okay, whatever. Then let's gain 3 population. Okay, I don't know if that's like the best, but I don't know. Anyways, then we'll play Glory for the last one, where we'll return or abandon 3 regions. Okay, they all the stuff underneath them all goes to the discard pile. Okay, we get to look at the top 3. Oh, I forgot about this ability, so I definitely need to gain a few victory points, right? I forgot about the gain 1 progress. I've been forgetting the whole time. How many times have I gone to that deck? 3? 2? We can figure it out. I'll quickly find 1, 2. I'll shuffle this. Just twice, I think we've gone there, right? Let me check my history just to make sure. Yeah, I think we've only gone twice. I shorted myself 2 progress. I totally forgot about that ability. Against my first time playing with this side of the Romans card. So I'm being dumb. Okay, that's our hand. So we get to look at the top 3. Okay. Oh, this card's glorious. Free play. If you're in Barbarian state, which we are right now, but soon we're going to be an Empire. We could draw 4 cards, or we could develop at no cost. Boom. Throw this in our history. 6 victory points. Very nice. We got good old Triumphant, and we've seen Notorious. So at this point, I think I'm going with Glorious. That'll go to hand. It's a free play. We can do it right now. Or do we not? I mean, just drawing is good, right? Oh, I don't know. Developing for free is good too. I don't know. Drawing at the end of a turn seems kind of dumb. Yep. Let's just put those back like that. We gain another progress. So we have 5 now. All right. This is probably dumb to do right now, right? But it like goes in our history. We just get rid of it. But I don't need the extra cards right now. But it does speed me through my deck a little more, right? So John says, save Glorious to develop for free. That's what I'm thinking, but it's like, yeah, okay, all right. I mean, both I think could be good, but I feel like, yeah, the developing would be better because it's like you get to get a card and like save all your resources for the card, which is good. And you don't waste your like once per turn develop. You just get to develop, even if there's an exhaust card on there, which or exhaust token on there, which is good. All right, so let's throw this on. I don't know, at some point we got to buy some civilized cards, I think. I can't put it on here because then these 2 are both 5 victory points, but right now this one is more, and I did that on purpose because I want to take mercenaries because this, I get 1 for every 4 population, and I'm kind of building up population because that's my factions ability also. So it'd be kind of neat to get the mercenaries, but if I put a token on it, these are tied and it would take the leftmost when it chooses between these 2 card types. So maybe I just put this, maybe I put this here. I don't know. It's giving them lots of victory points, but I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know. This part of the game, it's like, I haven't AI botted, you know, I figured out the AI bot and what they're trying to do. And again, this is my first time playing against this AI bot. So when you play against the same AI bot over and over again, you get really used to like what they're trying to do and what could happen, but I don't know. I don't know. All right. So then we clean up. Oops. Okay. Oh yeah, Gloria should be here. Okay, now discarding. I think I'll discard both. I'll start both. And I get to draw up to 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn it. Okay. Prosperity, Woodland, Unrest. Ratia, Forest, Unrest. Bread and Circuses. Bread and Circuses. Oh, all right. Okay. The bot. Bot. 1. All right. Let's go here. Egyptians. Discard the top 3 cards of the bot's deck. Okay. Spend. No. Spend. No. All right. Otherwise, it's going to gain 1 and 1. And put this card into history. Okay. Discard the top 3 cards. Okay. I think this one's an other still. Other, if able, spend all materials. Gain the same number of progress, which will be 2. So I'll just change these in and give it 10. Come on. Okay. All right. Then it gets one of these. So it's now an Empire. So it now has this card in its deck. So we're going to flip this. That's my understanding. Let me know if I'm doing this wrong. So it flips, and then we flip our cool little reference sheet. So now it has a whole bunch of different things it's going to do in this phase of the game, which is cool. Okay, so we're shuffling this. Okay, so John, listen, the mercenaries, I know I should probably grab it. It's just like, again, I don't know when the good time is to grab Empire cards and when not. Like, I guess I could have been like garrisoning them. But again, like I said at the beginning, I don't know what the Romans want to grab. I am not familiar with all the cards in the deck. I've not read them all. I've not seen them all. I have no idea. And I've only played the Romans twice before this, and I'm still struggling to like learn the game and a little bit of the strategy. But like I said, if you want to play this game over and over again, you're looking for a game to get the value out of, you will play this game. If you like this game, you will play it over and over with the same faction, trying to figure out the solution of how to build their engine more efficiently against just one AI bot. And then you switch up the AI bot or the difficulty, and you're changing maybe what you want to try to do, or based on what shows up. So yeah, I realize this one I should have, but again, like I don't know when to buy those cards, like, or do I just let them go away? Like, I don't know. And that whole idea of just doing a turn where you throw away your whole hand to just break through, is that like something I should have done already? Like, I don't know. Again, it's crazy. Crazy what's going on in the game. But like I said, I'm not at the point where like strategy, I don't have this game mastered at all. But I'm still having fun playing it. I'll give you that. But yeah, all right. So this was their deck, right? So let's deal it out. All right, Solstice. Okay, well, let's discard an Unrest. And let's just draw. Actually, no. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just draw. Which will put... Oh, do we want to be Empire yet? Yeah, sure. I don't know. I don't know. Let's do it. I have no idea. Let's just do it. All right, so we're going to draw. So we get this card going here. We put this... Oh, I guess this doesn't matter because we haven't developed. I'm going to flip these cards over that we can develop from. We're going to flip this card. And we're now officially an Empire, I guess. And Julius Caesar is now in our discard pile. And I've only done one of my Solstice. I'm going to do another one, maybe draw again. Maybe we get like a new card or something that can help us. Too many cards in my deck. Too many cards. Okay, so we draw one. Oh, an Unrest, perfect. And then we're gonna do the other Solstice. We'll discard and we'll draw again. Oh, great! I got this card. All right, so let's go to our turn. We're going to, man, see, I don't know. Like again, in this game, you have Activate, Innovate, and Revolt. I don't think I've ever done Innovate or Revolt ever. At least playing as the Romans. I know one time I revolted when I was first learning the game because I literally had like 4 Unrest cards in hand on a turn. It was like, well, I might as well just get rid of them all. But this, I've never done the breakthrough again. Like I said, the whole hand, you're discarding your whole turn, your whole hand, just to get one card out of here. again, I don't know this well enough. I don't know the factions well enough, but I'm sure there's a more advanced time when you're like, I need that card. I don't want another player to grab it. It's part of my main strategy. I'm going to spend a whole turn just grabbing it because I don't have the cards that get it for me. And I'm not there yet. I'm not on that level. But yeah, I think it's cool, but I just never done it. I don't know. And my score will probably reflect such decisions. Okay, free play. We're going to gain an action. I don't think I put that in my history yet. We're still a little bit from ending the game. Oh, yeah. Okay. How do we want to do this? We're definitely going to play Bread and Circus. Or Bread and Circuses. So in Solstice, we can start getting rid of these for cheaper. Let's see what you guys are saying. Sajad says, you misunderstand me. It is weird that the bot didn't... No, Sajad, I've been trying to play against the bot by leaving on purpose. I'm not putting tokens on the far left card, so when it exiles, it's cycling through here, so that hopefully I could see tributary cards to steal them from them. Hasn't worked out yet. We barely see any there, and it keeps breaking through to the deck for them. I purposely did not put tokens on this to increase the victory point value, so it would grab a different card when it was choosing between civilized and uncivilized, civilized and uncivilized on purpose. I've protected this card. And the other card you said, which one was that? What was the other card you said? I'm looking in the chat here. Agriculture? Oh, agriculture, I debated grabbing that to kind of beef up the resource generation. And I left it there with points on it. I am surprised it hasn't taken that one yet, though. But that just came out kind of recently. But yeah, it's been weird. Yeah, Revolt, I should have done it earlier because I was betting on the Bread and Circuses showing up. And yeah, I definitely have too much unrest. Yeah, that could have been a good strategy to do that already. You might be right. In addition, Innovate is in there to allow you to grab a card when you are left without any cards in your deck that allow you to grab cards. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So the problem now is this is the only exilable card from the market. So if I play a location that exiles a card, this one's gone. Oh, so how do I grab it? I have no way of grabbing it right now. How do I get mercenaries? Because this will make me exile it. This one, I can draw a card of your choice from my discard pile, place on top of my deck. But then I have to exile a card, which would be that one. I mean, maybe I'll just let it go. That sucks, but oh well. Yeah, let's just roll with it, I guess. So we're going to play Woodland. I'm going to draw this Grate, put it on top of my deck. I'm going to exile a card from the market. I can only do this one. Oh, we found a pharmacy. Okay. And I may garrison a card. Sure. Oh, actually, no. I think we want to hold this, right, for Solstice to get rid of it with this. But hopefully we pop this off with Glory. Actually, I'm going to just get rid of it. That's fine, I think. I will draw into another one, I'm pretty sure. All right. Then we'll play this one. Forest. Exile a card from the market. Urban Development. Okay, whatever. I mean, that's kind of cool. I don't know if we got the play for that one. I may garrison a card. Sure. Prosperity, I don't know. And then this one, we get to gain one. Just trying to set up for a glory play, I guess. Okay. So that's that. Let's throw... I don't know. All right. Then we're going to take all our actions, throw them here. Okay. We're going to draw 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 5 left in our deck. You need to let it go, man. Let it go, man. All right. So we got Great, Conquer, Glory, Prosperity, Advance, Unrest, and Mr. Julius Caesar. It's a free play. Draw 2 cards, or you may acquire a region or a tributary card and put this card in your history. Oh, okay, cool. All right. So I'm gonna leave my hand there. Before we take the bot turn, I just need to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. 2 minutes. All right, we're back. Holy mess of cards. All right. Okay, what are we doing? Bot turn, right? 5. Okay. Glory. If able, abandon 3 regions. Okay. Goes to its discard pile. To gain the top. Oh, it got the top. Notorious. Okay. Okay. That's that. Okay, next. We have a feel like this is just a pinned location. Yep. Gain 2, put this card in history. Gain 2 materials. And put that card in history. Okay. Next. Yeah, it's all different now. I think this is an other. Yeah, I don't think tributary cards are a thing anymore. Yeah. So I think we're on other. Put this card in history. If able, spend 2 materials, or spend 2 population, or gain, to gain this. And then I take an unrest. Oh, you filthy buggers. Oh, this is the way we're playing. Okay. All right, put this card into history. It can spend 2 materials to gain 1 progress token. And I take one of these. Okay. This is the way we're playing. Yeah, maybe I should have got rid of some unrest earlier. There's still 5 here, so we're okay for a collapse right now, but we have to pay attention. Prosperity. What's this do here? I think this is an other. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. All right. Put this card into history. If able, it's going to spend 2 of these to gain progress, and I take another unrest. Oh, buddy. Okay. Oops. That goes there. Slide these down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no. You son of a bee. It's fine. Okay, so bread and circuses is gonna go to work here. I'll do that right now. I'll discard a card. You may return an unrest from my hand, and then you may return an unrest from my discard pile. Okay. I have these 2 solstice abilities, so we can discard a card. Yeah, let's discard an unrest. I mean, I might as well draw. Okay. And then I'll discard. I can't play Conquer until I get another card that helps me play Conquer. This Legions card. So I might as well pitch it. Or Advance. I can't play Advance. I'm just going to pitch that one actually and draw. Okay, we've got the Hills. All right. Solstice is done. So let's play Great. We'll gain an action. Maybe do a big prosperity play here. Okay, I have this Julius Caesar. I don't know what I'm doing with this thing, but I could free play right now, draw 2 cards. Doesn't get me through my deck yet. I still have 3 cards in there, so I'll get to do it at the end of my turn anyway. Or I may acquire, which means I'll take an unrest with it. Either a region. Now I could acquire this region. It has 4 materials on it. Or I acquire the top off of here. Or I get a tributary card. I just go through here and get 1 blind, which could be worth victory points, right? And it stops them from getting them a little bit. So I don't know. Which way should I go with this card? Here's my hand. Any thoughts? I definitely want to play Glory. I'm debating right now just playing more regions, hitting a prosperity for a bunch of population. That'll also let me draw a card, actually. So yeah, maybe I just prosperity draw, like, you know. Acquire has to be face up. Oh, does it? Oh, so it's only breakthrough, sorry. Oh, okay, acquire's only face up. Yeah. To be honest, Jaw, I like never acquire in this game. I break through like 99.9% of the time, so yeah, but okay, acquire has to be face up. Okay. All right, let's just play this one, free play, and we're just gonna acquire this one. I don't know. Maybe it stops them from getting more materials. I don't know. Okay, acquire. Goes to our hand. Oasis. Oh, and then this goes into our history. I mean, there's probably a better way to use that, but it's okay. Yeah, maybe drawing would have been smarter, but I don't know. I don't know. All right. Okay. We are going to... We're going to play this food plane, and you may put a card from your discard pile in your history, which we can get rid of. We can get rid of this advance that we can't even play ever again, I don't think, because it's a barbarian card. I know Conquers, if we get that other card, we can play them. Then you exile a card from the market, which we can choose. Let's just exile... I don't know, let's exile this one. Oh man, so finally this thing shows up. I want this card. Okay. All right. We get that. And I may garrison a card. Hold on. We may garrison a card. Don't think it really matters. Okay, how do we get that card? We don't have a way. Damn it. We have 3 more actions. Let's just play the hills. Which is we gain a population, exile a card from the market. I don't know. Corruption. All players gain this, other players take. Oh, you can give them unrest. That's funny. Okay. And then you may garrison a card. I mean, sure. I don't know. Okay. And then we'll play a prosperity. Let's draw a card off prosperity. Okay. They draw a card off prosperity. And then I'll just gain population. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 population. Okay. And then we'll glory for our last action. And we'll abandon. I don't know. Let's abandon this one. Let's abandon this one. And let's abandon this one. Okay. Well, I only have 2 to look at. Oh, there's the breakthrough we need. Praiseworthy. Oh, we don't have any actions left. I keep doing this. I need to stop with that prosperity play that I do. Because I could have taken this right now, and that would have let me get mysticism, which gave me extra action. Ah. But again, it's like late for that card. I don't know if there's a point. I don't think there's a point. I don't think I want it. Praiseworthy or triumphant? Do I just go for the 11 victor points now? Because they might grab the next one. How do they grab the next one? Oh, they need to have 3 of these in play. So I might have time, actually. Yeah, I'm going to take praiseworthy. I'll try to play it next turn. Okay, triumphant's on the top. Okay. And all these are here. Okay, so let's wrap up our turn. I mean, we might as well. I don't know. All right, let's we will no. Okay. Pitch, and hold. Okay. So we'll draw. Glorious. Another region. We'll develop. I think we're going to develop the Legion for 3 population. I think. I don't know. Like, there's so many choice here. So how this works now, I have all these cards specific to my faction that all have this little star symbol, and they all have different deployment costs, and now they're all Empire cards that I actually can play. But again, like this one allows me to do Conquer, and it doesn't have the Barbarian symbol. It's worth 2 victory points, but I mean, there's ones in here that are like, this one's worth victory points per 3 population. Right now I have 16. So that can get me some more victory points. Also lets me acquire cards, but like, do I want to do that right now? Oh yeah, I have to also spend to develop. I don't know. This one's worth 4 victory points. Rome the Eternal City. This was cool. It replaces, or hold on, only playable if the City of Rome is in play. Put City of Rome into your history. So this like upgrades your City of Rome card that I have in play to give me a Solstice ability that I don't have to discard cards for. So if the game was going long, this would be cool to invest in like right now. But it's 4 victory points. What else? Roman Invasion. I may acquire more crap from my deck. Each other player abandons. Oh, abandoning regions on their side could help them, stop them from getting a fame card. Buy me time. The Senate. You may acquire a civilized card. You may put a card from your hand into your history. And military engineering. Each other player discards 2 cards, but they ignore that, so it doesn't really do anything to them. And I may break through for a civilized card. This one's 3 victory points. All right. Oh, the art is awesome, Erica. This game is very pretty. It has like that similar art as all those like Garfield games or whatever. I think, is it the same artist that does like the, oh, what are those called? Architects of the West Kingdom, Raiders of the North Sea, those kind of games. I feel it has that same vibe. I'm assuming it's the same artist. How do we see? How do we see? Artist. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. I don't know. You guys can look it up on BGG or somebody might know. Okay. The Miko. But yeah, anyways, all right. Like, I don't know. Oh man, I don't know. Oh, he did do the Garfield art or whatever. Yeah, whatever all those games are, the like all those games that they pump out. All the same like designer and the same art. Oh, the Miko is the nickname of, again, I like, yeah, Vincent put it in chat. I'm not going to even try to pronounce it. I will butcher it, I'm sure. Thank you, Vincent. That is the name I saw in the book. All right, let's get legions. I already spent the 3. We're going to get it. It's going in here. We developed, so we'll put a little token on there. Then we shuffle this. Ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We get 7, right? Still. Okay. Did I forget to do this? I put that out there. Okay. Bot. Mike James says, did you just dismiss Shem Phillips? Is that the designer of those games? That literally like makes like a game a month? And they're all like the same over and over again? Yeah, I said it. I don't know. I do like his games so far that I've played, but they just keep looking like more of the same. And I only need so many of those games in my collection, so I'm kind of spent. But yeah. But again, whatever makes you money, right? So just keep doing the same thing that makes money. I don't know. I'm just saying, didn't they just announce another one to go on crowdfunding? Has the same art, Same Euro mechanics, same iconography on the game, same graphic design, same size box, same 6 expansions planned. Yep, feels a little samey. But yes, I love Raiders of the North Sea with the expansions. I love Architects of the West Kingdom. I liked Paladins of the West Kingdom as a solo game. It was definitely cool. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they are good value. I agree. Quality is great. They're good games, but it's just like, I don't know. I lost interest. I already have ones that I could play. I could play Architects of the West Kingdom with our game group over and over again, and I have. And my daughter loves it. And Raiders of the North Sea, I love. With expansions, play that. I have the map for it and everything. But like, my game group only needs to play so many similar games. Yes, they are different. They are different. They use the mechanics in different ways, or they're a little more complex, or, you know, different styles of games a little bit. But yeah, it's like every time I see a new one, it's like, well, it's cool if you're new to the hobby. You have choice of all the different ones that they keep developing. But just as a gamer already has a couple and a bunch of expansions, I just don't need another one. But yeah. Yes, Ajay, you know it. All right, let's do this here. Yeah, I'm gonna throw shade. I want to see them make some kind of like Ameritrashy game with those kind of components and art and all that kind of stuff. Some big kind of dudes on a map kind of game or something. I don't know, something more creative and different than the other games, but still just as pretty and as good quality. But yeah. But that's just me. Who cares what I say? All right. Breakthrough. So this one's Breakthrough for a tributary. Put this card into history. Okay. Let's go. Breakthrough. Nope. Okay, come on. Maybe there is none. Oh, there's one. Okay. I'm gonna peek. I shouldn't, but I'm going to. There's 2 left that this AI bot can grab. And then it'll start getting victory points off it, I think. Okay. And then it says, you abandon a region and may draw a card. I will abandon this one and I'll draw a card. Oh, my card's upside down. Holy unrest. Okay. All right, next. Prosperity is another. Put this card into history. If able, spend 2. No. And then I take an unrest. Oh my. How many we got? Still 4. Okay. What's this? Sacred Pass. This is up here. Gain 1 materials. Gain 1 materials. Discard a card from the bot deck. And put this card into history. All right. Next, Egyptians. These are others now. Put this card into history. If able, spend 2 materials. No. Spend 2 population. No. And then I take an unrest. Holy. This can't be right. This is what it does? This is crazy. This freaking bot. It's trolling me hard. I like it. I want to play this faction so I can troll the other players of the table or the bot, giving them unrest all over the place. All right, so that's the last card for them. We put one of these in here. Uh-oh. Mike, it is okay if you're a fanboy of all the Garfield games and you just keep blindly buying the same game over and over again. That is okay with me. Keep supporting it, keep growing the hobby, that's great. But yeah. That's fine. If you wanted to have a whole collection of his stuff and you're a completionist, you're gonna just keep supporting that, that's fine. That is totally okay. I just personally don't need any more of those in my collection. I just hope that sometime they'll start designing other games. But I think the one other game he designed that wasn't like that didn't do well. So I think that's why he's just sticking with the same old. Just following the same path. Is it makes money. It sells. It works good on crowdfunding. And at retail. So yeah. All right. But that's me. I ranted about that before. Okay. There we go. But let me know if one of them comes out that's like so good, I'll take a look at it. But oh, the new ones are dice games. Ooh. All right. Solstice. Let's discard a card. Let's do the bread and circuses. I think it doesn't matter really. We'll discard. Then we get one out of hand and one out of our discard. Then we can discard a card. I think we're drawing. Conquer. And then let's discard again. Conquer, or draw, sorry, draw. Oh, and get our glory. All right, on our turn. I think I'm going to end it soon if I see my glory. I just need to put some locations in play. So let's play Glorious. And I know I could probably stretch this out even longer and try to like build up more points and all this kind of stuff, but I'm just kind of done with the game right now, just because streaming and I have a stream later. So, but again, it's still going to be some time. So free play, I'm in Empire, so I develop at no cost. I put this card into my history. And we ignore this to do this kind of stuff. When you get a develop off of a card effect, I don't know, let's just grab something that's like a lot of VPs. I'm going to grab Rome the Eternal City because it costs like it costs 6 resource tokens to build it. I get 4 VPs. I could just ignore this right now. So I'm going to develop, which this goes to my discard pile, right? I think when you develop always. Okay. This one, I'm debating on just throwing it into my history to get the victory points set up. Because I doubt it'll make it around. And develop always goes to discard. Thank you, Sajah. I thought so. I've always done it that way. I'd looked it up before, but again, like I said, today's the first time I played in a few days. And I've played other games since, so some of the rules are a little rough for me, but it's not that bad. Okay, I will just put this in history for an action. Yep. So that's one action. Oh, no. I see a little combo, no. Undo. So I can do this. I'll break through. Let's break through for one of these tributaries, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'll just do that. So let's play this action. I'll put it here. I'll break through. I'm just going to do it quicker. Let's just go from the back. Grab this one. Shuffle. Okay. So we broke through for this. Okay. 3 victory points. Nice. Okay. Let's use this and we will acquire. Yeah, let's acquire this one. Agriculture. Put this card into history. That's an action. We'll replace this. I got a boat. Okay. And our last action, I'm going to play the food plane. I may put a card from my discard into history. Okay. So I'll put this into play. And then we'll get to put this one in our history right now. So we get the 7 victory points for sure. I don't know. That's my plan. And then we exile a card. Let's exile, I don't know, this one. Found a temple. Exhaust. Discard a card to gain a victory point. Solstice. Return. Oh, that would be nice to get. Yeah. Let's try to get that one maybe. I don't know if we can, but... oh, no. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. That's our turn. Let's do the victory point there. Discarding cards. So if we draw, as long as we draw 6 cards, so we can hold 1, I think is okay. Like, do I hold an unrest just so in Solstice I can get rid of it? I don't know. Is that smart? Yeah, maybe I do that. I don't know. That might be silly. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I don't know. It's probably better ways to get victory points. But I am going to pitch all of these. Then we're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can develop. Let's just develop the Emperor here for 1 population, 2 materials. Okay. We're going to shuffle. Oh, acquire means take unrest as well. Did I do that? What did I acquire? Oh, this one, right? Yeah. Here. So this would go, I would discard this one, right? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I knew that. I know that. I'm just getting tired. This game does burn brains like you guys mentioned earlier. Yeah. It is a puzzle, agreed. Sajat saying it's a puzzle. Many of the qualities of this game remind me of Mage Knight. Yeah, exactly. It is fiddly, I agree. Now fixed. Okay, perfect. You are right. Yeah, when I acquired that the uncivilized card, I was supposed to pick that up. You're right. It's like I said, I never acquire, like, unless a card lets me, and I always forget. I'm always breaking through. I just always avoid it whenever I can. I don't know if that's good strategy or not, but it's what I do. Deck builders have just trained me. Whoops. Deck builders have just trained me to, like, not take junk into your deck if you can. If you can afford to not. Because it'll always be more expensive later, usually, to get rid of it. I don't know if that's true here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Increase. Yep. Okay. Still didn't get... Oh, we got Gloria. Yeah. Okay. AI. 4. Okay. What do we got now? Notorious. All right. This is a fame card. Put this card into history. Okay. We got a region. Gain 1 materials. Play this. And exile a card from the market. This one. Okay. Gambling. What is this? Free play. Pay 1 materials and declare one of the following. Uncivilized, civilized, region, or tributary. Reveal the top card of the main deck. If it matches the declared type, add it to your hand. Otherwise, exile it. Oh, that's fun. That's a fun card. If I saw that earlier, I would have bought that just for fun. For some stream laughs. Oh. That would go good for like a rushing the game through the main deck strategy. That would be neat. Just like trying to get cards off there. Okay. Now what? That was that. Okay. This is an other. Put this card into history. If able, spend 2 of these or 1 of these. Progress. And then I take an unrest. Oh, man. many are here? 3 left. Ooh, okay, 1 card here. Attack card. Breakthrough for a tributary. Put this card into history. Okay, hold on. I think there's only 1 left. We'll just go from the back. Yeah, it's the last one. Yeah. So it grabs this one, puts it on the top. Where was that? And then you, oh, I abandoned a region and I may draw a card. Yeah, I forgot about the whole abandoning. I should have played another region. But again, I have enough actions this turn, I think. Anyways, but yeah, this faction's trolling me. I love it. Okay, so I have to abandon. I'll just abandon this one. Okay, and then I may draw a card, which I will. Okay, oh, whatever. Let's drop these here, slide this down, and let's fill this up. Okay, Solstice. Let's discard this. We're doing breads and circuses. We'll get rid of 1 from hand, 1 from our discard pile. Okay, what are we doing? Let's do great. Free play, gain an action. Okay, and we'll put this into our history now because it's worth. This is worth 6 victory points if it's in our history, but only 2 otherwise. I think this card has been great all game, so I think it's time to go in our history. Okay. All right. I think we want to do the glory play and start kick off the. Oh, we don't kick off the game end yet. It's another cycle around, right? So let's just play this card to gain a population. I may garrison a card. I think we're okay. I think we'll play this Legions card. Yeah. Let's just put it up here. So our hand size increased by 1. Our conquer cards, we can ignore the barbarian symbol on it. I don't know if that matters. Our discard pile stinks for this one. Let's play this one. Gain a materials. You may garrison a card. I think we're okay. And then we'll just play glory. Because we're just going to abandon these ones anyway. We'll look at the top cards. So we'll just gain this one. Okay, that's there. I think I'm going to try to do something where like I use this to put glory back on top of my deck or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll just let my deck cycle through. I don't know, but so that's all of our actions. Let's throw, I don't know, see this one? All right. So many cards, so many cards. All right. Let's get rid of this one. This one. Yeah, we'll keep that one. Oh, I keep forgetting the extra victory point. I probably forgot it another time too, off of my ability. When I look at the fame deck, I bet I forgot another 1 or 2 times, but that's okay. It's okay. I mess up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My hand size is 8 now. +1 here, +1 here, +1 here. We have 8 cards. Oh man, that was close actually. All right, bot time. 3. Glory. If able, abandon 3 regions. There are not. Otherwise, break through, and I discard 2 cards. Otherwise, breakthrough for a region. Okay. Breakthrough for a region. So it has to go to here because there's no region deck. Oh, there's one right there. Okay, cool. And then I discard 2 cards. Let's just discard. We'll get rid of one of these. And that one. Okay. This is another. Put this card into history. It can't spend those resources, and I take an unrest. Should have knew that was coming. Jungle. Region. Gain 1 materials. Play this and exile a card from the market. It cannot exile. There's tokens on everything, so it can't. Then this one. Gain 1 materials. Play this and exile a card. Okay, this will put these here. Slide on over. 1, 2. We'll put another one of these in the discard pile. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Bang, bang. Okay. And Solstice. So I'm going to discard this, and then I'm using Breads and Circuses to get rid of 1 out of hand, 1 out of my discard pile. What else do we have for Solstice? Just the 2 here. Do we need a discard? I don't know. Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to discard this. I don't know. Draw. And I'm going to discard this to gain a population. I don't know. I started with 8 cards. What happened? What happened? All right. So, sorry, we have, where's my action tokens? Actions, 3 actions. I really should have grabbed this before when I saw it. I didn't realize I have so many turns. Strout says, I play this game in 1 hour and 35 minutes to 1 hour and 40 minutes standard. With Rome, I have games that took less than an hour. Part of the burn, I think, simply kicks in because you actually spend a long time playing. So John, not playing on camera, yeah, I play in 1.5 to 2 hours is what 2 hours was my like longest game. And that was like looking up rules and stuff too. But playing on stream, it's like definitely always takes longer. Explaining everything, showing off cards, reading the chat. It's like always slower. So I have the additional burn of trying to make sure the stream and reading chat and making sure I have all the rules 100% perfect if I can on stream. But it's hard, like you can't. And I can only imagine how many rules I missed, like not grabbing unrest when I'm playing solo and nobody's watching, you know? So like, I just speed through those things. Like I don't care as much. But yeah, it's definitely more brain burning on stream for sure. But that's cool. Like, that's what you want in a solo experience, in my opinion. You want something that's big, meaty, like, you know, leave it on the table, continue later, that kind of stuff too. It's fun. But yeah, I'm just saying lots of people in chat were saying earlier is brain burning game. And I read that online too. A lot of people love it for that. But my brain is not as cooked as like in other games I play. I'm just like, yeah, it's just, it's not completely the game's fault in this situation. It's not that bad. All right. All right, let's just play this one. I may draw a card of my choice from my discard pile, place it on the top of my deck. Let's just get the glory on the top of the deck. Okay. And exile a card from the market. Can't. I may garrison a card. Meh. This one, I mean, I don't really care. So I'll play this one. I'm going to gain a population. Exile a card from the market. I couldn't garrison a card. Whatever. And then this one, I'll just play. And this one, we'll just finish up. I don't know. Here, whatever. Then this one we'll discard. And we'll start drawing. So we draw 3. Okay, then we get to develop if we want, which I think we should. I'll just do the Senate. I'll just do the Senate for 4 materials. Where's 3 victory points? I don't know. Okay, throw that on there so I don't develop again. Then we shuffle. Game progress for playing Glory faction ability. Did I forget it again? Oh, I don't know. Whatever. I think in honor of its deeds against Rob, Carthage deserves to be called the Chat faction from now on. You can probably even count how much extra effort each of us takes, like Bob plus 200%. Oh my god. No, you guys are funny. No, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, it's just it's like the extra brain burning. When I say like reading chat and stuff, I mean, and doing the stream at the same time as playing. I just have an issue. Maybe it's just me, but I think it's how our brains work, right? When you, I remember reading a study on this like a decade ago. They did a study on like employees working in offices, factories, whatever. When you switch, or in project management even, I remember learning about this too, in courses in university and stuff, was when you switch a task, when someone is working on a specific task and they get switched onto something completely different, or someone walks up and breaks their concentration, or makes them think on a different line of thinking, it takes like up to 15 minutes or so for the brain to fully get back in and get as productive for the employee to be working on that original task. So like when I'm sitting here trying to memorize cards in my deck, remember what I bought, trying to build engines for victory points and all that, it's hard to keep that all straight when I stop to like discuss cards or talk about the game or read the chat. Yeah, multitasking, Edward, is counterproductive, exactly. So when I'm streaming a game, you can never expect me to play it as well, strategically, as quickly, as smoothly as I can when the camera is not on. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is, right? Maybe when I recorded streams before, maybe it was better when I recorded videos before instead, like without, but then again, I would stop during those playthroughs, make a mistake, look things up, go back, like, you know what I mean? There's still issues there. But yeah, that's all I'm talking about is the extra overhead of live streaming a game and trying to teach and explain and discuss my strategy and take breaks and laugh, you know, and that kind of stuff, and then go back to the game. It can never be apples and apples versus a play not on stream. Like even if you were to come in and go, I played Rome against Carthaginians and I always destroy them with this score. It's like, well, do it on live stream, show me. Because you know, it might not work as well for you. But it'll definitely take longer. I guarantee that. It'll take longer, for sure. But yeah, it's not about being bad. It's mainly about taking longer. Is like, that's why I think it takes longer. I could ignore chat and just rush through it, put my head down, but then I shouldn't even live stream then. I should just record it, edit it, and then upload it. Which I used to do more often, right? I don't do it really at all anymore. Because people just always said they prefer the live, so. But yeah. And there's a lot of recorded stuff already out there. But yeah, that's all I mean. I'm not saying like, oh, talking with you, Sajad, it's like, oh, it takes so long. It's like, I'm not complaining. I love it. I love it. But it just wears on my brain trying to like get back in the groove of playing and then keep jumping back and forth. You see me, I get lost and confused all the time. All right. Anyways, I think we shuffled enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. All right. Bot turn, right? 4. Boo. Okay. Other. Put this card into history. If able, spend 2 of these for 1 of these. I take an unrest. What else is new? All right, next. Regent, gain of materials. Put this card into play. Exile a card. There is none to exile. Next. Same thing. Regent. Gain of materials. Put this into play. Uh-oh. It's building up quite the amount of regions. No exile. Okay. Last card. Empire. If able, acquire... yeah, it's this one. If able, acquire a uncivilized or civilized. Yeah, I can. Oh, there's a bunch of choice here. Let's figure out the victory points on them. Let's go see here. So this one is worth... Oh, actually, it's only worth 1. Right? We don't count these, I don't think. 1. This one's worth 3. 4. This one's worth 5, 6, 7. I think it's this one. This one's only worth 2. And that's it. Yeah, it's taking this one. Uh-oh. That one's beefy. And it's acquiring it, so it gets the unrest, right? Okay. We pull a new card off here. Jade Mask. Okay. And that was that. So these go here. Slide down. Draw. Takes the top card of here. Shuffle. Okay. Solstice. Let's discard this for breads and circuses, and then we'll get rid of 1 out of hand, 1 out of our discard. Then we're going to... I don't know, we really only want a glory. I think I'm just going to pitch cards to... Let's just pitch cards. I don't know. I don't know if it matters. 1 card, 2 cards, whatever. Let's pitch these 2 just to gain 2 population. Okay, that's off of our 2 solstice here. Oh yeah, these forgot to put back. Solstice all done. Okay, on our turn, let's just do the glory play, right? Glory. We'll abandon these 3 regions. We'll go to look at the top of the deck, but there's no fame left. When you would gain this card, instead resolve it, then flip this card. It triggers the game end. We are Empire, so we gain 3 progress and we get to develop for free. Ooh. Okay. So I'll put 2 back. We'll take a 5. And we'll develop for free. We'll just take the one that costs more to build and has more victory points. Military engineering. Okay, that sounds good. And then we flip this card. Now it's on side B. When this, you would gain this card. So I can't do this again. I think once you do the King of Kings, it's only once per player, I think. So now game end triggers. What that means is we finish the current round. Then we do 1 more full round. So the bot still has 2 turns. I have this turn and I have 1 more turn after this. So that goes here. Then I'll just play this City of Rome, whatever. I'll put City of Rome in my history. Whatever. And oh, I guess I should have played Prosperity before. I'll say I played Prosperity as my other one that before I popped all that stuff. And I'll just take 3 population for it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just say I played it in that order. Whatever. Okay. And that's all those actions. Let's put a VP. I mean, whatever. I'll just put one there. And I'll just discard. Draw our 8 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa. Oh yeah, we gotta clean up our tokens. I always do that not in the right order. But we don't get develop. I'm 1 card short. I really should have drew 1 more in the solstice maybe. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I forgot to zoom out there. Sorry, guys. Okay. Draw a card. Oh yeah, sorry, I would have drawn a card. You're right. You're right. I forgot from the solstice or the prosperity, right? So I can develop this for 3, and that would be in here, right? Because I would have had one more card. I don't know what it would have been. Maybe this one, because that was a top card. Yeah, because I just flipped it over, right? So this I would have just had in my hand from drawing. The bot discard has no discard, right? Nothing to discard. And then I would get, my 8th card would be from here, right? And we've developed all of our cards, which also triggers end of game, right? I think that's also an end game trigger, I'm pretty sure. We're correct? Okay, got it, got it. Trajan is not points gain. Should keep it. Oh, because I'm spending like more tokens than I should. Yeah, it's all good. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So we draw one more. Prosperity. Okay. Okay, bot. 5. Okay. Here we go. Glory. Oh no. If able, abandon 3 of these. Put this card into history. No, I'm reading the wrong line. Yeah, abandon 3 of these. Oh, gain the top one of these. So it says, oh, there's a rule for this one, right? If the bot does it. If the bot would gain the King of Kings card, and it's an empire, and instead gains 3 progress. We'll just throw away 2 of those, gain a 5. And draws the top card of from the Dynasty deck, placing it on top of the bot deck. Okay. Okay. This triggers the end of game. Well, we already did that, so it's fine. Okay. All right. Oh, this should not be here. This should be here. Okay. Next. Unrest. Temple. If able, acquire uncivilized or civilized. All right, this one's worth 1 VP. This one's worth 4. This one's worth 2. And this one's worth 2, so it's this one. Oh, man. Oh, and this one's only 2. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So acquire. What else? Yeah, that's it. Next, trading ships. If able, acquire. Oh, man. So this one's worth 5. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. There's an asterisk. Okay, this goes here. Okay, solstice. I'm going to discard. I'll just discard triumphant, and I'll draw. I'll just discard agriculture, and I'll draw. I'm just looking for more unrest to try to get rid of them. Then I'll discard this one for bread and circus and just get rid of it. Oh, sorry, Rome I don't discard. Oops, I don't discard for Rome because it's the beefed up version. So I don't have to discard for it, I just drew instead. Okay, I'll just keep that one, that's fine. All right. I mean, I don't know. This is my final turn. I don't know. I guess just getting stuff that's worth victory points. But then I take unrest. Oh, but I still get a solstice, right? So I have Rome invasion. I can acquire a region. And regions don't come with unrest, right? Yeah. Okay, let's do that. So acquires from here because there's no regions. This is, oh, can I do that though? I can't. Acquires face up, right? Yeah, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong again. You may acquire. So there is nothing in play to acquire then, right? So I can't even do that. Yeah, I can't even do it. I got there, Sajat. I got there. It took a minute. I got there before you said anything. Yeah. Oh, man. Why do these cards suck? I thought late game cards would all be good. They don't feel like they hit as hard as I would expect. But again, that's my fault, probably not building towards them. Oh, I may acquire... I'll do this one. I'll acquire with the Senate, I guess. I'll acquire this one. To hand. This goes to hand, right? I may put a card from my hand into my history. I don't have any that like need to be in the history really. But I mean, I can just put, I don't know. I'll just put something, whatever. That's fine. Okay. Then we see a new card. Oh, nope. Not what I was hoping. Two actions left. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think prosperity is smart. I don't know. These all stink. I guess I'll just play this. Probably not efficient or great, but I'll play that, gain a population. I may garrison a card. Sure, let's garrison prosperity. I don't know. Oh yeah. I forgot I just got this to hand. I'm so sorry. Yep. Each other player abandons, you may acquire. Again, there's nothing to acquire. Yeah, that sucks. And I may garrison this card in a region to trigger that card's play effect. Oh, okay. I don't know, like whatever, let's just do it. It's fine. Let's play this one. So this is here. Each other player abandons a region. All right, abandon, gotcha. Gotcha, AI, take that. I may acquire a region or a tributary card, there are none. I may garrison this under a region and I'll trigger this card's effect, just gain an extra population. Woo! Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's my actions, done. Clean up this. Put one of these out here, sure. I'll just hold this, I guess. Pitch all these. Draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I should have 8 cards, right? Still should have 8. Yeah, okay. Bot. Final bot turn. Thankfully. Holy. 2. Hannibal. If able, acquire. Yep. 1 victory point, 2 victory points, 2 victory points, 2 victory points, 2 victory points. So it will take the leftmost one that's 2 victory points. And it acquires that. And that gets this. And this comes out here and fills this. Moneylenders. Okay. Okay, that's that. All right, next. Oracle. Gain 1 materials. Draw a card or discard a card from the bot deck. Put this card into history. Okay, great. Unrest. Coinage. This is an Empire card. If able, acquire again. Oh. All right, what do we got here? Oh, we got one that's 5 victory points right here. Yep, that's going to take this one. 5 VPs. Okay, this goes here. Slide this over. Solstice, final solstice, right? Final solstice. I want to... It didn't give me more unrest. I thought it would. Thank you, bot. Thank you. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw a card off of Rome. Then I'm going to discard a card to draw off this one. Okay, see, I wasn't sure if I had any more unrest. Then I'll just discard this one to Breads and Circuses and get rid of that. I think I got rid of all my unrest. Yes, yes. Any other solstice effects? I don't think so, right? But again, if I knew my deck and counted my unrest, I probably should have just took resources, but I didn't know, so whatever. Okay. So now it's going to be the hour-long process of scoring the game. Okay. Kill me now. All right. Let's see. I want to make sure I do it correctly and not miss something. So we can score our own points, I guess, first. Yeah, add up your victory points in the same way as a multiplayer game, which is in a different rule book. Let me get that out. Actually, maybe I have it on one of my sheets here. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, anyways. All right, for the player, we're going to leave cards where they are because they matter. Some of them have victory points based in their history and play in your hand, discard, I don't know, wherever. In the paper shredder, who knows? All right. Leave cards where they are at the game end as you score. Because some of these ones that have like the question mark on them could be different based on where you are. So first, we're going to add up every progress point in front of me is worth 1 victory point. So I have a trusty little calculator and a notepad because I found that's honestly the quickest way. Yes, I know there's an app that exists for this game to help you with scoring and all this stuff. I looked at it. It didn't load on the desktop, so I didn't bother with it. But it does work on mobile, it seems. I tried it today. But I just didn't want to fiddle with it on stream, so we're going classic style. So, how many of these little progress points we have? We have only 11. Womp womp. Okay, me. VP equal, or sorry, this is progress. P equals 11. Okay. Now what's next? So I score for every card in my hand, my play area, my draw deck, my discard pile, and history, as well as for my power card. Don't score for cards in your nation deck, which we don't have a nation deck left, right? Or development area. That's all emptied, so we don't have to worry about that. But if I left any cards in my development area, or if I didn't even get that far and I was still in the nation deck, that very first deck with the moons on them, yeah, you don't count any of that stuff. So obviously the bot left a few points on the table because they didn't get through their whole deck like I did. All right. So first is our hand. Let's do our hand. This is our hand right here. Okay. There's probably a smarter way to do this, but I'm just going to do it this way. So this one is worth 1 victory point for every 3 population. We have 10, 15, 18. So that's 6, right? 6 BP. Okay. Nothing on that one. Nothing on this one. Nothing on this one. This one's 3 VP and nothing and nothing. So our hand is 9. All right. 9 in our hand. Done. Then next is our play area. Play area, we have 2 plus 7, that's 9. 10, 14. 15, 16. Okay, hold on. And then there's one here that has the asterisk. So you got to stop for a minute. 1 victory point for every 3 pinned cards in play, excluding regions. And I think it counts itself. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 2 victory points right there. And that's 18 from my play area, if I did that right. Because this region doesn't count. The stuff behind it doesn't count, except for the victory points on that one. But it doesn't count as a pinned non-region or anything. Okay, next is draw deck. So, yeah, and discard pile. So it's all right here. Okay, nothing. 2. We'll look at that one in a sec. Plus 3 is 5. Plus 11, that's 16. And now we got another one we have to stop. And this is a stupid one that I didn't want to buy just because I don't like trying to figure all these out. But anyways, at least it shows you what's possible, right? 2 victory points for every one of these little grain symbols. And I think it's in everywhere, right? All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 10 victory points. Holy! So that's 26 in our deck. And then history. History and power card. Okay, we'll do the power card in a second. Let's do our history. So history, we've got nothing on these. 6 on this one. So that's 6, 9, 7 if it's in our history. So it's 16 total. 6 if it's in our history. So that's 24. No. 22, right? Let's just double check what I just did. 6 plus 7, that's 13. We're up to 16 with 3 more. And then 6 more is 22, right? 22. Yep. 22. 22 in our history. And then our faction has this little 1 victory point for every 4 population. Which again, we had 18, right? So that's 4 points, right? 4 points. And is that all? I think that's all. Oh yeah, on these asterisk cards, which are right here, the max you can ever get on one of these cards in the game is 10. There's a limit on that, which I forgot to mention before. But I don't get near close to that at all. Don't even. I wouldn't even worry about that ever. Maybe down the road I'll get there, but I feel like every time I look at those, because I don't build to them properly. But again, that's part of the game, mastering the game. I'm sure eventually you can do that like no problem when you know what you're looking for and what to grab and stuff. But yeah, I only get like 5 points maybe on those, like nothing crazy. Okay, so that's my counting up victory points, right? That's it? Yeah, I think that's it. Pretty sure I did everything. All right, so let's add it up. So I had 11 from these yellow tokens, plus I had 9 in my hand, plus 18 in my play area, plus 26 in my deck, plus 22 in my history, plus 4 on my faction card. 90 points. Woo! I don't know if that's good. I kind of score around that before, but again, I don't know if I was doing 100% correct ever, even today. I know I probably missed a couple points, but I probably got extra points I shouldn't have. Who knows? So 90. Okay, that's pretty standard for the way I play. All right, we're at 90. Now the bot's easier because we're just going to grab all of the bot's cards. We'll throw our cards over here, get our stuff out of the way. Okay, so the bot has its own special way. The bot has its own special way. It just looks at cards or symbols with victory point numbers. You just get them. But ones with the question mark, you take the highest number, and then the ones with the asterisk are just worth 5. But we still count up all this stuff too. They get points for the they get points also for materials and population, always, which is weird, but that's just how it works. Okay, so let's add up our progress. So they have 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Then they don't even have 10, I don't think. Maybe they do. Nope, they have 9 materials. That's not enough for a point. Then we're going to just grab all of their cards. And we ignore all the stuff on this. This card is blank, basically. Let's grab all of their stuff except for the development cards or whatever that they didn't get out of their deck. And I'm just going to grab all the cards that have symbols in the bottom right and get rid of all the cards that don't. Because it doesn't matter where they are for the bot, so at least the designer like made that a little less brain burny of trying to sort it out like I just did there. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's like, you know, yeah. Okay. All right, so all these cards don't get them any points that I know of yet. But we may need to, no, we don't need to look through them ever, right? Okay, so let's get our unrests. Do they have any other unrests? We'll get those out of there. Okay, so -2 on the unrest, okay. Now let's just add up the ones that have points on them. So this one right here is 2. Plus 4 is 6, 7, 11, 12. We're up to 15. Oh, hold on. 15. I think they get to do this probably, right? Return up to these before, or does the bot ignore that? I think the bot gets to do it. I don't know. I probably won't find that in the rule book. I don't feel like looking on BGG right now, so we'll just get rid of that. So they don't have that. Let's say that's okay. I'm fine, I'm fine. All right, let's start that again. 3, 4, 8, 9, 13, 15, 18, 21. Okay, so they have 21 points. 21 points off of just things that have numbers on them. Now, I don't think they have any with question marks, so that's easy. And then there's just 5 points for each one of these asterisk cards. Each one of these that has like the asterisk is just 5 points. That's it. Oh, no endgame abilities are triggered? Oh, okay, okay. Perfect. So yes, -2 for you, fool. Take that. All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And is that it? I think that's it. All right, let's add it up. Where's my calculator? Oh, over here. Okay, the bot had 22 plus 21 minus 2 plus 30. 71? We win, yay! If I did that right. 22 plus 21 plus 30, and then minus 2, yeah, 71. 71. So it wasn't that bad to add it all up. I just always felt like it took way longer, but maybe that's easier with the pad and the calculator. It helps. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans. Look at all this stuff. Like, it's crazy how little deck builder, how much table and brain power this game takes. I love it. All right. Sajat says, this is a fairly average score for standard AI with basic nations. Perfect, because that's exactly what I wanted to show off. Just the basic game, kind of a newish player. I've only played a few times, kind of show the basic factions, how the AI works, how long a game can be, how much thinking strategy that I could figure out there, but obviously it gets deeper, and how endgame scoring works. So I think I did a good job. If you've never seen one of the 8,000 videos on YouTube about this game, there's another one for you. It was fun having you guys hang out live and watch that one with me. So quickly, my thoughts on the game. Like I said, originally at the start of the video, my first impressions, not great. I knew it was already a complex deck building game, not a problem. I play lots of games that are in that difficulty complexity range. I love deck building games. I love engine building games. So when I first started playing, I was like, okay, why is the market so weird? Like, why is setup so much work in a deck building game? And is it worth it? And I started setting it up and I'm like, this is weird. And then when I get to my first turn, I'm like, okay, I have 3 options on how I want to do a turn. I do a turn, then I start realizing like my actions, what do I want to do? And going through the flow of the first game, especially on solo, is like a little weird. Doing the AI's turn is pretty quick and easy, but it gets boring after a while, honestly. But I think it's pretty clever the way they did it. But every time it gets to the bot's turn, I'm just like, okay, hurry up. This sucks. I want to get back to my turn, which shows like I'm having fun on my turn. Like I love trying to solve the game. I want to play this game multiplayer, I do, but only probably at 2 players. Just so I'm not waiting like an hour for my turn. But again, you only have like 3 actions on your turn, and if people are revolting and what's the other thing? Innovating, it should go quicker. But it's just with so many things in the market and choosing between each thing and all the cards in your hand and all your abilities in play. It's just like your turn can get very, like if you want to take the time, this game can take way longer if you want to literally research everything. But I just found at the beginning when I didn't know any of the cards in the game, I didn't understand my faction, I'm struggling with the rules, it's just a lot. And I read this online before I even got the game. It has a steep learning curve. It will be multiple games till you start figuring out the strategy, till you start seeing all the cards, till you start getting used to your faction, till you start understanding what the AI you're playing against will be doing. If you're playing solo. If you're playing solo. So like I said, at first I was like, it's okay. Not really that great. I wasn't really impressed. But then the second game, I switched up factions. I reread the rules. I felt like I understood it more. And then I played through and I'd already seen a bunch of cards. And I think by mid-second game, all of a sudden it clicked. I realized I was having fun. I was getting really into it. I was loving the strategy. I was loving trying to figure out where cards were. I was messing around with the AI I was playing against. And I was trying to figure out that AI. It was the Macedonians. I kept playing them over and over again, trying to figure out how to mess with them. And it was really fun. And I don't know. I want to try other factions because I'm sure this faction's kind of like plain and boring, right? It's not as complex and as interesting, maybe. But I'm telling you, like, I still have fun. I still love a lot about the game. But again, I still don't feel confident with my strategy. I was very insecure about playing this game because I know it's been out for a year. I have people like Sujat coming in here, dropping comments about how he's going to play the game alongside me, draw the same cards, and make fun of the decisions I'm going to make, you know, how bad they are and stuff. But like, I'll be honest, I'm still a newbie to this game, and I don't know if I'll ever get to that like top tier. I do like the game, and it is the kind of game I would just keep on the table solo and just literally play for months. Because you could literally, like, I could still keep playing the Romans, play against different AI, try different strategies, buy different cards, try different things, and see how it goes. But the main thing I want to do is try another faction. I'm going to play another faction next. You know, maybe I'll stream it, maybe I won't, I don't know. But I do want to play some of the other factions in the box and try them out at least before I shelf this game. But it is really cool. Like, I see what's here and I see the appeal of it. And it's really neat. It's like its own thing. It's like hard to compare it to any other deck builder I've played. It's just got a lot going on. There's like so much more strategy and engine building and stuff. I think it's really cool. Yeah, I don't know. And I still don't understand the whole flipping to Empire and the whole developing. Like, once you get really used to the second half of the game and the whole Empire stage, I can see you differently playing different in the first half of the game once you get really comfortable with that. And that's another level to the game that I don't have mastered at all. But when you take a faction, like, I recommend probably sitting there and reading through all the factions cards, which I don't do, and I probably should. Because then you kind of know what you're building towards and planning towards. So like, if you're willing to spend the time and like just let this game engross you, especially if you're playing solo, and just keep it on your table and focus on it for a few weeks or a month or something, I don't know, you could like still be trying to master this game, which I think is so cool. Like, I feel like the skill ceiling is so high. This is not a casual game by any means. Like, this is like, the word casual in this game don't fit. They don't fit. This is a hardcore game. And like, if you're willing to put in the time and effort, you will be rewarded, I feel. But again, you got to be okay with the setup. You got to be okay with the cleanup. You got to be okay with the scorekeeping. You got to be okay with running the AI bot. And this is only solo. I've never played multiplayer. I cannot comment on that. So if you're buying it to play multiplayer, ignore everything I'm saying. You go watch another video or something. because I haven't played a multiplayer yet. I will play a multiplayer. I do want to try this multiplayer for sure. Maybe I'll stream a multiplayer session actually. But again, I got to teach Mel the game. Mel's got to pick a faction. We got to play a few times so she can get used to the cards in the game and kind of catch up to where I'm at. But then the problem is I'm continuing to play. So here's my other issue with the game, which scares me away from playing this with new players. So I bought this game. I play it solo. I'm like 4 games into it now, or 4 or 5 games into it. I'm still not great, but I teach another player. And now that player's got to play a whole bunch of games to kind of catch up to make the game kind of like fair, right? I have a feeling that if I play against someone who's only played 2 games, and I've played like 7 games at that point because I played with them to teach them, it's not going to be an equal playing field, and that player is going to have a lot of feel bad moments and get pretty frustrated. Oh, Sajat, that's a good idea. Sajat says you should give Mel a basic faction and you play with a more difficult one you've not tried. That will balance it. Okay. That's a good point. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. But that was my fear. Like, I know some players that would like to play this kind of engine building. They love engine building games. They love deck building games. But if I take it there and try to teach them, it's going to make their head hurt before I even play it. And then they're going to have to try to figure it out. And I'll have like 3 players at the table trying to figure out the game. So I can't play with that game group because it's always 4 players playing at least. But this is like the kind of game that this is like something you'd play digitally online. Like this should have a digital app version to play online against people. I think would be really cool. Kind of like the same, like Through the Ages, kind of like a really good app, you know? And then you just playing online. No shuffling. It auto grabs everything for you. It grabs it, you know, you mess up less rules. This game, I think, would be could be a beautiful app game. If it's not already, I don't think it is. But this game screams to me that it needs an app version that you can play against people around the world. Oh, Sajat says an app version has been lightly hinted at, but no concrete plans. Yeah, I could picture playing this online, like Terraforming Mars, like Wingspan, Root. Like it needs a proper app, like with good matchmaking and all that stuff. Because it could be real fun. And you'd get through the games faster, right? I think you'd get through the games faster, so it shortened down the solo time. No setup, no teardown. Oh my God, it'd be like amazing at that point. But it is a really cool game. I love the game, but knock off a few points again for the insert, the sleeving, the multiple rule books for the solo, I don't know, and the cleanup, the points scoring, all that stuff. It's kind of lame. I don't know. But I love the deck building. I love the strategy. I like the idea of the different factions. I think it's really neat. The solo bot is really cool the way they did it. I don't know of a better way to do it. I think they did pretty cool. It just kind of sucks. It takes up more table space, more piles to manage, more things to shuffle. But other than that, it's still fine. It's still fine. But yeah, this is a beefy game. Like you guys were saying earlier, it definitely surprised me. Based on when I opened the box and just saw the decks of cards, I was like, it's just a deck building game. How can it be so complex? Let me tell you, I was shocked. I was shocked how deep this game can go. And I've barely scratched the surface. Yeah, this is crazy. It's a crazy game. I think it's so cool what it's doing for sure. Yeah, Mike says for the price, this game is a no-brainer. What is the price? Again, it's been a couple months since I bought it, but let me see. Where did that go? Let's look up the price. Oh, it's gonna search Canada, but you guys understand. We can look at flip. Imperium. Oh, there it is. So in the Great White North of Canada, it looks like it's like a $50 game. I think it's what I spent on. It was like 50 bucks. And like, but I'm telling you, the hours, if you like this kind of game and you're willing to set it up and go through the point scoring and play like the 2 hours, like once you know what you're doing, set up, playing, and clean up under 2 hours for sure. Maybe even like 90 minutes. But if you don't like focusing on a solo game for that long, which I know some people are like that, they like the shorter experiences, I wouldn't bother with this game. I wouldn't bother with this game. And it's going to take a few plays. Keep that in mind. Like, so if you're going to teach people, make sure you really know the game. This is not something you just open up with like 3 players or 4 players at the table and try to learn in a night. You'll be, no, don't ever do that. This is a game where it's multiple plays before you even get the rules down and the strategy and your faction and all that stuff, the tactics and everything. It's crazy. Let's check out US. US prices. It's like a $30 game. $30 to $35 US. 40 maybe tops. Yeah, no brainer. Just remember, you have to price in sleeves. Go find out how many cards are in the game. I don't know how many there are. How many? I don't know. Yeah, of course they're in a table of cards. I can't just quickly add them up. There's this many cards. I don't know. What do you need to buy there? Like 200 sleeves, 400 sleeves? I don't even know. I probably like 200-ish. No, maybe more. Because there's like 83 common. Oh, sorry. This is the other box. Ah, that's the other box. Never mind. Sorry, for one box. What do you need? 300 sleeves-ish? So you got to have sleeves, and you got to come up with a new insert because sleeves don't fit in the insert. Yep. So add it. Just make sure you add in sleeves and add in printing these if you're playing solo. So if you have cardstock and a color printer at home, add that cost in of your ink and your cardstock. Or in my case, I had to walk over to Staples and I had to print in the color printer, and then I laminated at home. I have a laminator for this stuff. So add in that cost. I don't know, whatever that is like, you know, I don't remember how many pages of these things there were, but yeah, I don't know. Add in another $5 or something for all the printing and the laminating and everything. I'm not sure. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Just, you might have to do that stuff. I also did the reference sheets. And then I thought if I'm playing 2-player, I printed out like a different reference sheet just for the other player that kind of has, so there's some cool reference sheets on Board Game Geek that I printed out that'll help me and help me teach the game too. So I printed those out. But that's up to you. You don't have to do that. If you're okay with playing out of the rule book, play out of the rule book. That's fine. But or off the PDF, or off of a PDF. You don't need to print, actually. Sorry. If you have a tablet or something you can have beside you, that works too. Yeah. And you don't need to laminate either. You don't need to laminate. I just did that myself. Oh yeah. I just said that, Joseph. Yeah. Just have an iPad nearby or a computer, a laptop or something. You can have the solo stuff up on a screen. Yeah, it's totally a solution. Totally a solution. I did just sleeve as I go. That's why I did the poll at the start to find out what to sleeve before the stream. That's why I did that. To find out what faction to play, because I wanted to sleeve up a couple choices, and then Sajat just gave me those 2 choices. But I did have the Macedonian sleeved also, just in case nobody answered me. But yeah, I will unsleeve it all to put it back in the box, I think. I don't know. Maybe not the common cards. Maybe I'll just, I don't know. I'll probably just throw away the insert. I don't know. But it's very frustrating that this beautiful little insert can't be kept because the cards won't fit. I mean, they're sticking up too high, like you can't put the rule book, and I don't want to bend the cards. It's a mess. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Anyways, or whatever. Necrocomic-Con says, personally, I had a lot more fun with G.I. Joe. Yeah, like, again, it's up to you. That's the difference, right? That's like the complexity difference. Where is it? Like G.I. Joe's a 2.33. Okay. Yes, G.I. Joe is the same rulebook issues. Takes a few times to kind of understand. You have to look up a few things. It's not as clear in the rulebook. Same kind of struggles a little bit. I'm trying to remember solo in G.I. Joe. you just have that like little side card. Oh yeah, the solo in G.I. Joe is just like half a page of rules. It's not a whole book of rules, right? So it's easier to get G.I. Joe playing multiplayer and go to solo. It's very similar, especially 2-player to 1-player. Very similar rule set. But again, this game's a 2.33. So it's still a meatier deck builder than Hero Realms or Star Realms or Dominion. And there's more to it. Definitely G.I. Joe is more on the fun level. It's quicker. It's not as complex. There's still strategy to it. I like the 2-player interaction in that game a lot. I can't compare it to this game though, as I have not played multiplayer. But again, if you're talking about Imperium Classics, you're now in the 3.51. If you're talking about Imperium Legends, you're 3.71 complexity. So obviously, like this game, like G.I. Joe, I feel you can get into it easier, learn it easier. Of course, it's not as complex, and figure out the strategy faster. So you're into the more fun of it quicker, I feel. Imperium, it takes you, like I said, it's going to take you, and it depends on your learning, depends on the amount of time you're willing to put in, the amount of time you're spend up looking things up on BGG. But Imperium, it takes more dedication. That's why I keep saying you got to put in the hours. If you're not going to put in the hours, don't buy this game. But if you're willing to put in the hours to learn the game, relearn the game, figure out all your mistakes, start learning the strategy, focus on a faction, switch to another faction, try a different AI bot, teach other players, it will reward you. But it takes longer effort to get into a game like this. Obviously, it's more complex, but even the strategy is much deeper strategy in this game than a lot of games I played in just a card game. Like, it's crazy. So I can understand why some people wouldn't have as much fun with one or the other, but hopefully with me describing it this way, you'll know if it's for you or it's not. You know what I mean? And that's why I talked about Star Realms, Dune Imperium, and what was the other one I mentioned at the start? What was the other deck builder? Marvel Legendary. So don't just assume because you play those deck building games and you love them, this game's like on a whole other tier or two above in complexity and dedication and time spent. So this one you don't dip your toes in. You have to dive fully in. And hopefully that makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining it the best, but the art, the size of the box, the price might make you think, oh, it's just a small deck builder. I can figure this out, no problem. You know, I could play it solo in like an hour. No, it's not that kind of game. It's definitely its own thing. It's its own thing. Dune Imperium was only a 3. It was under 3 when we looked at it earlier. Dune Imperium was like 2.99. And Star Realms and Hero Realms are in like the 1.9 or something like that. What's Mage Knight? Mage Knight's a 4.2, 4.3? Yeah, so yeah. And what's Cloudspire? Like, I know Cloudspire's not a deck building game, but I just picture it as like a game that cooks my brain. Oh, 4.3. And Mage Knight, that's a deck building game, right? Technically. It doesn't feel like it is, but it is. Mage Knight, 4.3. Yeah. Yeah, just keep that in mind. I'm just like, yeah, I looked into it. I got all that warning before I got into it, so I knew what I was getting into. And at what did I spend? 50 bucks? At 50 bucks, I was willing to try this out, you know, off camera, see how it goes. And I was playing it solo to learn it, and I was going to teach Mel, and we are going to play a 2-player. But then I was playing the solo, and I realized every time I looked up rules and stuff, I was realizing this game is really popular in the solo community. And this game, I feel like, is designed very well for solo. So I just decided to stream it solo. But again, hopefully I get to play it multiplayer, but I'm not sure it's going to be a win. We'll see. We will see. Might be too much downtime at higher than 2 players. That's my vibe. But I definitely would play this 2-player and teach somebody. I have no problem with that, but that's not for everybody. That might get frustrating to play games and like constantly teach while you're trying to keep your stuff straight. You got to really know the game if you're going to teach it, I think. But yeah. Same as the Shirax? I don't know, but it's not a deck builder, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Same as a Shirax, I don't know. 4.15. Yeah, that's a beefy one. That's a beefy one. Yeah, but Sajat says also you're getting into a $50 Canadian game you can resell anytime for like 40 Canadian, so who cares? No, here's the thing though, you're not adding in the price of time and effort. So when I look at a game, because I'm streaming it too, like even if I wasn't, I got to look at that time of, do I want to sit there reading through the rulebook multiple times? Do I even want to learn the game? Do I want to teach the game? Do I want to spend hours reading BGG stuff and printing off things and laminating things and reading errata and figuring all that out? Is that worth my time? Or would I rather spend that on a $200 game that I might get more enjoyment out of, get it to the table faster? Maybe that takes longer. Maybe I have more fun. Maybe it's better for my group. So John, I'm going to argue with you on that there and say that's not the way to look at it, because it's the time sink that's the cost I'm worried about. So that's why I was iffy about even getting this game, because I didn't know if I wanted to spend the time on it. And then even when I add the YouTube part on top of it of streaming, it's like, how many times am I going to stream this game? Like once? Will people even care to watch it? It's a year old. It's not a Kickstarter. It's not the new hotness. It has a pretty dedicated fan base, but is it already old and nobody cares anymore? So we'll see how the views do on this video, but I have a feeling they won't do good enough that I'll even be motivated to play it again on stream later. So honestly, like if I sold it for 40 bucks, how much time did I spend on it? How did people even care to watch it? You know what I mean? There's all this stuff where I don't think this game was maybe the smartest buy, because I won't spend the time to get so deep into it or anything, just because I can't. It's like a waste of time. I need to be playing other games that people would be more interested in watching, right? When you do this full time, I have to then think of like, what will people watch? What will keep them engaged, you know, too? That is part of what I have to do, right? So, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But I agree at the price though, so John, I agree at the price. I was like, well, I got it. It's 50 bucks. It's a deck builder and people love it. So I have to try. I have to see what it's about, right? That's where I was like, yeah, I'm going to buy this. Yeah. But I honestly, I was like, do I want to add this to my shelf? Because I know this is not a simple learn, play, stream it, done. But yeah. Imperial Assault, I think I'll just keep playing as long as Kyle and Mel are having fun. And I think people are watching it okay. But yeah, if I was playing that solo, Imperial Assault, I would have stopped already. I'm liking it, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But as long as they're having fun and you guys are having fun watching it, I'll keep playing Imperial Assault. All right. Oh, I have 50 likes already. Yes. It has some interest. Nice. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go eat some dinner. We're back streaming in 2 hours, playing some Marvel Champions. Mel and I are gonna play some 2-player with Ant-Man and Wasp against the Once and Future Kang. If you want to come and hang out with Mel and I tonight in a couple hours, subscribe, turn on notifications, or go set your reminder on that stream. You can find that stream at youtube.com/Rob's Gaming Table, where you can set reminders for upcoming streams. If you want to stick around for other games like this to be played live on the channel, if you're watching this later, again, subscribe, turn on notifications. If you noticed any rules goofs or any weird things, feel free to drop them in the comments below. Also, how was this game for you? If you're watching this, you made it this far, you're watching this later, how did you find this game? Do you still have it in your collection? Do you keep playing it? Do you play it multiplayer? Have you ever played it more than solo? I want to know. And how long does that take? Did people like it? I want to know, like, if I should even pursue it, to even teach Mel and play a few games with her and then stream it. I'm not sure if I want to go that far. I'm honestly thinking I would probably stream it solo again, trying a different faction maybe. 2 different factions, you know, like a different bot and a different player faction. See how different the game is. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see. But I'm curious what your feedback is on the game. I'm curious. I want to hear. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you for your support on Patreon and YouTube. I appreciate everyone supporting the channel, allowing me to do games like this, buy games like this, play games like this, spend the afternoon playing games like this instead of, you know, working in IT, slaving at a desk. I appreciate it. So anyways, thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.